sir. It's your boy Dabrand knows, and we are back with another one.
Winning and make you fold. That get you going and coming back. That liquor crack.
It's your boy Dabrand knows, the entertainment forums for public interest and current events.
It's the Brando.
And you can also dance and get your groove on if you feel like it. And in the meantime and in between
What's
time,
that thing you sipping on? What's that in your cup? I'm trying to keep it humble, dogs. This system is corrupt. Now we don't give a fuck, so we about to pop it off. You coming from that liquor store, my dog? Can you drop it off? That liquor gold. That get you in and make you fold. That get you going and coming back. That liquor crack.
so now that you know, it's your boy the AC and Brando knows, I'm gonna go ahead and start my show, you heard? Your boy Don Lemon's in a lot of trouble. People want that boy head on a swivel. I might tend to agree with that. Let's see what we got going on out here. Plug y'all in for a couple of things before I fall back and eat this delicious food I got sitting over here on the ground. Okay. Alright. We have access. So here we go. See what we got. Let's pop off.
This brother was 100% right. And guess what? Ignorant folk or ignorant woman was shaking her head at what that brother was saying. Roll the clip.
Totally disagreed. Because of what a pastor does for a living or what they're involved in politically gives no one the right. There was a child in that video who was sitting in their father's arms, shaking, confused, trying to figure out what's going on when these people burst into this church. And Lee, what I will say is people have a First Amendment right and the ability to go and protest against ICE. If they don't like ICE, be my guest, go protest. But those people in that church, I would say and, not but, those people in that church absolutely have a First Amendment right to gather and worship the God they're choosing. And I'll say a point here is it is actually Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., with the day that we recognize his contribution to the country today. His mother in 1974 was shot and killed in a church because of political violence, because the KKK wanted to insert their political will over a community. This is remarkably similar to that. I remember stories about church bombings in the South. Remarkably similar to that. Everyone at this table should have no... Let me finish, please. Everyone at this table, please, should have absolutely no issue saying that this was wrong. It was reprehensible behavior, and this is not the appropriate way that we address our grievances in this country.
So innocent people are not allowed to get shot as far as you're concerned?
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. People have a right in this country, regardless of what your political convictions are, to worship freely and safely, and no one should watch a child on camera like what we saw, trembling in their father.
See what ICE does to children and families.
Your political convictions do not overstep someone's ability to worship safely and securely.
Did I call that into question?
I'm sorry, guys. I respect that, but there's no but. There's no but.
There is a different issue because...
Smartest response to that, like, how can you argue with the response? There's no way, shape, form, or fashion that should be acceptable to barge into a church and disrupt the place of worship. You guys can protest outside, you can protest down the street, but you bombard it into a church and you would never do it at a mosque. Why don't you do it at a black church? Y'all did it because they were white and because they were Christian, and it's wrong. They didn't want to bring up, if you see what ICE is doing, if you see what these illegals are doing, why don't you have a problem with that? All right, next clip.
Law enforcement, you're saying illegals as if they're only targeting...
Out of taking money from taxpayers.
Yeah, that's would you like to speak to that?
Yes, I think one of the most practical things you can do is to require documentation from the recipient and from the provider. In Minnesota, most of these providers are set up and the recipients based on attestation. And nobody then goes and checks, are they really eligible? Are the services actually being provided? We had the Housing Stabilization Program. They estimate 90% of it was fraud. Nobody checked if services were actually being provided. And I think you could also require repayment to the feds if there's fraud, and that would make states pay attention to administration if they had to repay the money if it was not spent on the proper services.
Thank you. Those are a few good tips. We'll hopefully stay in communication. My time's up.
Chair.
I know we opened up a can of worms there that could take another hour or two, but thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Min.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate today's hearing, and I am deeply concerned about the allegations of fraud that we are learning about around the disbursement of social services funding in Minnesota. This is fraud of the worst kind. It's literally taking food out of the mouths of hungry kids so that people can enrich themselves. And just for your clarification, I've actually spent my career fighting fraud. My first job out of law school was at the SEC. This was in the aftermath of another major set of frauds, the Enron and WorldCom accounting scandals, which, of course, from the private sector, not the public sector. In Congress, this has been my just over a year at this point, but I was happy to sponsor H.R. 1156, a Republican-led bill that came before this committee last year. And I think that we need aggressive enforcement and accountability when it comes to taxpayer dollars and their disbursement. That being said, I have concerns about this hearing, as well as recent actions taken by the Trump administration. And it's hard for me not to look at this hearing and the context in which it's taking place and not see this as a partisan and racist hearing. And for the reasons mentioned by my colleague, but we have not had other hearings when it comes to fraud that takes place in Republican-led states. We've not had hearings in this committee, as far as I'm aware, and on another committee this year, as long as I've been in Congress, that go after those who are not Somali American. And so I hope you all can appreciate that by holding this hearing in isolation of any other hearings around oversight or fraud, that it looks like we're going after one community in one state when we know it's rampant. So I guess my first question to you all, and you all can raise your hand, or if you don't want to raise your hand, feel free to not raise your hand, but do you believe that fraud only takes place in Democratic-led states?
No.
Okay.
No.
And do you believe that fraud only takes place in the Somali communities?
No.
Absolutely not.
No.
Would it surprise you to know that the Congress has not done hearings on either frauds that have taken place in Republican-led states or on frauds that have taken place in non-Somalian communities
So
this year, since I've taken Congress, or that this oversight committee in particular in this session?
the Minnesota legislature, we are literally drowning in fraud.
That was a yes/no question,
And
so I'm going to
so
reclaim my time, so
we
thank you very
spend
much.
all of our
And so I would just say
doing
that if this was a serious hearing, if this was a more serious attempt at oversight, we'd be looking across the board. And this is also hard to not take in the context of President Trump's announcement, I think just yesterday, that he would be illegally, I would add, withholding funds for child care and other purposes from states led by Democratic governors, including not only Minnesota, but my home state of California, as well as several others. Kids are going to go hungry in my district when we have not seen evidence of any type of fraud on the scale we're talking about in California, in Colorado, in Illinois, and yet Donald Trump is withholding funds from those states. And so it looks like a very partisan effort here to go after blue states. $10 billion is being withheld. $10 billion. And we already have struggling people right now trying to pay the bills because of rising healthcare costs, inflation, et cetera. It's cruel and vindictive. It is also, I think, another example of the ways in which President Trump and this committee and this Republican-led Congress look increasingly like they're weaponizing the government to go after Democrats and people they perceive as their political critics rather than going out and trying to address fraud in all ways, shapes, and forms. We know, for example, that there have been massive frauds that have been uncovered in places like Florida, Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. And I want to highlight Mississippi because Mississippi has made a lot of news recently because they've had the largest public corruption scandal in their history. And yet this committee has not addressed that once. We have not done a hearing on it. There's been no letters or inquiries, as far as I understand, this year at my time in Congress. So this is quite problematic. It includes celebrities like Brett Favre, we all know about, And so it's very problematic to me that we are not actually doing this. Now, Mr. Ballou, you mentioned earlier that it's hard to uncover fraud or know about fraud or know the motivations when we are getting rid of Inspector General. I think that was your implication. And I just want to lean into that just a little bit because I think what the Republicans have done in your state actually makes a lot of sense to me. Receiving tips from the public, investigating those tips, and then trying to provide transparency around your findings. And yet that is, Mr. Ballou, that is what Inspectors General do, right?
That's precisely their job.
And would it surprise you to know that this committee, which is tasked with overseeing the federal government, has done 0 hearings since Donald Trump fired all the Inspector Generals at the beginning of his term?
That's unfortunate.
We really can't have a discussion around fraud, misuse of taxpayer dollars, or waste if we aren't talking about the fact that we just got rid of all the people that are supposed to oversee that. So I have one last question here. And
your time's expired. You've gone over a minute, but you
No, I did go over a minute.
Hold on. So he gonna say everything that's going on right now, all the shorts with the money and all that is because of what happened with Trump, right? Nothing to do with
use this committee's resources to only go after fraud or states of one party.
No, we can go after fraud in any part.
So are we going to look into Mississippi the way that we're looking into Minnesota?
If you bring stuff forward, you have whistleblowers come forward, we will look after it in any state.
You will hold a hearing. Do I have your commitment?
Well, it depends on the evidence. All right, Chair now recognizes Mr. Burleson from Missouri.
Thank
you, Mr. Chairman.
I've already recognized Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And actually, I'd like to remind the committee that this party, this side of the aisle, has dedicated tremendous resources to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. In fact, the chairman set up a committee called DOGE that the other side of the aisle demonized and criticized in our efforts in which we had multiple hearings to identify waste, fraud, and abuse throughout all of the government agencies. And so I applaud the chairman and this side for the work that we've been doing. But, sadly, Minnesota has become an example because of the extent of the waste and the fraud. I have to ask, it must be embarrassing for the citizens of Minnesota, Chairwoman Robbins.
So I'm not embarrassed to be from Minnesota, but I am frustrated and angry about the theft of taxpayer money.
I have a family that live in Minnesota. It's a wonderful state, and I know that they are angry, that they're very frustrated. So I think that we talk about the amount of money that's being wasted, $9 billion. That seems like an abstract amount, but let's break that down. $9 billion stolen from less than 6 million citizens of Minnesota, correct? That's per individual. Imagine, right, every citizen of Minnesota, your bank account, suddenly someone took $1,500 out of your bank account. Every taxpayer, there's around 3 million citizens or taxpayers in Minnesota. Every taxpayer just had $3,000 stolen from their bank account. How does that feel to a citizen of Minnesota?
Minnesotans are so frustrated because not only have we had that money stolen from us, but we had an $18 billion surplus that Tim Walz spent and then raised our taxes $11 billion and left us with a $6 billion deficit. So we've had the fiscal mismanagement on top of the fraud, and Minnesotans are completely fed up.
In Missouri, there's also an opportunity cost to all that money. So in Missouri, we just greenlit a project to add more lanes to I-70, which runs from one end of the state to the other, and it was less than $3 billion. You could imagine people in Minnesota could enjoy adding additional lanes on interstates, on 3 of your interstates, I-35, I-94, I-90. Don't you think the people of Minnesota would love to have wider lane or more lanes added to their highway infrastructure?
They absolutely would. But even if we stayed in the social service realm, there was $104 million in 1 year that was fraudulent in the Housing Stabilization Service. If we could have taken that $104 million and put it into supportive housing, we would have done a lot to solve the homelessness problem. So every time these dollars are fraudulently stolen, it is a huge opportunity cost for Minnesotans.
Absolutely. And you've been sounding the alarm for quite some time. Why has it taken until 2025 for these to fully come to light?
The Fraud Prevention and State Oversight Committee was formed in 2025 once we had a tie in the House.
So when you guys, the Republican took majority, you finally, or you were able to actually root out the waste, fraud, and abuse in Minnesota, which is why we now know about it.
Yes, we're in a tie technically, but we were able to negotiate this as part of the power sharing agreement.
I seek unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter into the record a article from the New York Post. Former Homeland Security agent claims prosecutors ignored Minnesota daycare fraud cases. They just evaporated.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. So there's been investigations been going on for some time. I understand you don't report them, or have really kind of bypassed the state agencies. You report directly to the federal government. Can you elaborate on why that is? It's pretty obvious why, but.
So when my staff, we have a very small staff. We have one researcher on our committee, and then we as members also do a lot of our own research. And when we get an investigation that is credible, we do as much research as we can. But as I said earlier, we don't have access to bank records, health records, or the state payment system. And so based on that, when we get something that's credible, we turn it over to the Office of Legislative Auditor and to the U.S. Attorney's Office. I have been accused of hiding whistleblower data from the department, but when the department comes to hearings, we provide documents every time. I flagged 72 child care centers. We've given them lists of all of the housing, multiple addresses where there's more than 5 providers, sometimes up to 22 providers at the same address. They've done nothing with it. But what I don't give them is the whistleblower information, because I'm protecting our whistleblowers in Minnesota. They finally are stepping up, and I have their back.
Good for you, and I appreciate you for doing that. And then finally, with that, I'll end. I have more articles to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to submit them now, or are you going to submit them? Okay, go, proceed.
Okay, one is an article produced about child care welfare fraud.
Without objection, to ordered.
A report produced by the Office of Legislative Auditor of Minnesota, Child Care Assistance Programs Assessment of Fraud Allegations.
Without objection, to ordered.
And then from the Minnesota House Research Group, the Child Care Assistance Programs and the Fraud Within.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is very important that we eliminate fraud in our social programs, and I'm glad that Governor Walz has taken real concrete steps in Minnesota to combat fraud, like signing legislation to strengthen states' agencies' ability to detect, prevent, and prosecute fraud, and establishing a statewide Inspector General Coordinating Council and appointing an independent state auditor to investigate claims. Mr. Balu, how will these actions help uncover and prevent fraud in the state?
Well, it's the funding and staffing that's necessary to uncover fraud that's happening at a state level, but that staffing is not being mirrored at the federal level.
What do you mean by that?
Well, bluntly, most of the enforcement mechanisms for going after white-collar crime are being decimated, especially in the Justice Department, but also the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Of course. As you pointed out, it's important for governors to play a big role in fighting fraud in their state. I want to give you a hypothetical. Let's say that you have a state's governor that funnels millions of dollars from the state's money over to the governor's wife's nonprofit. Let's say then that nonprofit takes that same money and gives it to political action committees that help her husband's causes. Would that be worth investigating?
Absolutely.
What say the rest of the witnesses? In that hypothetical, is that something we should also investigate?
So I don't think we're in a place to talk about hypotheticals, but thank you for the question.
The rest of the witnesses? You don't think we should investigate fraud? What do you think?
I think I came here prepared to talk about the fraud that's taking place in my state and contain my testimony to the purpose of the hearing.
Representative Robbins?
I think we should investigate credible allegations of fraud wherever they are, but we don't know the
Thank you. I
specifics
100%
of that
agree with you, Representative. And
circumstance.
actually, I want to talk about something that's really important because my colleague Dave Min just brought up something. And, Chair Comer, you had said if there's credible allegations, if there's evidence, we should look into it, and I have something for us to look into. This is not a hypothetical. This happened in my state of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis, Casey DeSantis, and the Hope Florida Foundation have been subject to a bipartisan investigation and now a criminal investigation for this exact same thing I just talked about. So if we're going to be here going state by state in this committee talking about fraud, I'm okay with doing that. But let's make sure it's not just Democratic states, like Dave Min said, and let's also look at Republican-led states as well. Because what happened in my state of Florida is $10 million of Medicaid money was funneled to the governor's wife's nonprofit. Then that nonprofit took that money and gave it to political action committees helping her husband. I'd like to insert for the record a unanimous consent from the New York Times. Why did a charity tied to Casey DeSantis suddenly get $10 million boost?
Without objection, so ordered.
Chair Comer, will you commit to working with me to schedule a hearing on this?
Get the stuff to me, and we'll definitely look at it. $10 million. We're talking about $9 billion today.
does
But
the
yeah,
$10
get that to me. Appreciate
Yeah, I'll get it to you. I'll get it to you. Definitely a lower amount of money, but $10 million of Medicaid money going to being funneled from taxpayer Floridians to political action committees is fraud and is criminal. And this is a bipartisan investigation looked at by both Democrats and Republicans, and I definitely expect this committee to do the same thing. And I have one more thing I want to talk about that Representative Ansari brought up. President Trump reposted conspiracy theories on his Truth Social account about the murder of Minnesota state legislators Mark and Melissa Hortman that suggests that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz had the Hortmans assassinated. Governor Walz says this behavior will get more innocent people killed, and the Hortman children have come out on the president and said and called on the president to take the statements down. I think it is very important that we are very clear that we condemn this type of behavior. So I just want to go down the line and hear if you agree with the Hortman children that we should condemn, and we ask the president to take down this post. Mr. Bayou?
Yes.
Representative?
So as the longest serving member on this panel of Minnesota, I am so offended that anybody would accuse anybody of the assassination other than Lance Bolter, because this was a deep scar in the state of Minnesota and all of us personally. I served with Melissa Hortman my entire 13 years, and it is just unbelievably beyond the pale.
Do you agree that we should call on the president to take down the post? That's it.
I said what I said. I think that it's beyond the pale that anybody talk about
anyone murdering. Okay, you can't come to call on the president to take down the post. So it's okay. We'll move on. Representative Hudson, we'll move on. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on. You can't call on the president, take down this post. We'll move on to Representative Hudson. It's just a yes or no.
I cannot deceive the committee by giving it a binary. I have spoken to this many times. I have renounced the content of these ridiculous conspiracy theories, and I've called them ridiculous on multiple occasions.
That's great. Do you think it's appropriate for the President of the United States?
I am not going to engage in the silly condemnation game.
No. This is not. No. This is not silly. This is the
what
president.
Did you have to say about the assassination of Charlie Kirk? What did you have to say about Jay Jones, who's the chief law enforcement officer in the state of Virginia, fantasizing about shooting Republicans?
I will reclaim my time.
Die
Gentlemen,
in their mother's arms.
Talking.
I'm not playing this game.
Gentlemen, will stop talking on my time.
Order. We'll give you a few seconds to close, Mr. Frost.
I have to comment on this because this is not silly. It is not silly to expect good behavior from the people at the highest levels of our government.
Do you expect from Jay Jones?
No, not your time.
Do you expect from Jay Jones?
Not your time, including the President of the United States. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina. Is that right? Yeah, Mr. Timmons.
Mr. Chairman, we're only 1 week into 2026, and the Democrats are having a tough year. Here we are. This should not be a partisan issue. We've uncovered $9 billion in fraud. It doesn't matter if it's a red state or a blue state. That's $9 billion. And you got to remember, the purpose of these social safety nets is to help people that need help. And when we have that amount of fraud, it undermines the purpose of the social safety nets. The people that want and need the benefits that they are deserving because they're American citizens, they're unable to get them because people are stealing money. And it's even somewhat comical because just a few days ago, when the Trump administration executed the most incredible, they technically executed a warrant on Maduro, a narco-terrorist, they were able to not have a single casualty from our military. They limited collateral damage, and they executed what is truly just a perfect tactical military operation. And the Democrats have gone ballistic over it. Gone ballistic. This man has had warrants out for his arrest for 5 years. He's had a $25 million bounty, which was increased to a $50 million bounty. This is not a partisan issue. He has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans over the last few decades because he's sent drugs here for Americans to use and they've died from it. This is not a partisan issue. Venezuela was a huge step in the right direction. Peace through strength works. We got to get together and we got to work on the issues that the American people want us to work on. And seeking out waste, fraud, and abuse, seeking out $9 billion in theft of social safety net money is something that should not be partisan, and the fact that my colleagues across the aisle are going ballistic over these ridiculous ancillary issues and trying to cast shade over what should not be a partisan issue is just ridiculous. So get it together. We need to do the job that the American people sent us here to do. I want to actually point something out. So, Representative Robbins, my understanding is that around $250 million in fraud was found in the 4 years of the Biden administration. There were a number of indictments, dozens of indictments. Is that number about right?
Yes, I think now they're up to about $310 million for the Feeding Our Future.
All right, thank you. So in the last year, we're at $9 billion. Is that the number you got?
Yes, the U.S. Attorney has estimated that the total fraud in the Medicaid portion, which has nothing to do with Feeding Our Future, so it's on top of that $310 million, is half of it is fraud.
Thank you. Mr. Blue, you see where I'm going with this? So you're saying that we have had, we've decimated the budget of the IGs, which, by the way, weren't doing their jobs because we've uncovered, 8.6 billion more dollars in fraud with less resources. So how do you explain your testimony earlier that we've decimated the entities that are designed to investigate fraud when we've uncovered exponentially more fraud with less resources? How do you explain that?
You know, what we've been talking about today is not just regular fraud, but public corruption. And
so this is the thing. We are not having a hearing on public corruption. We are having a hearing on $9 billion in fraud associated with Minnesota social safety nets. And so you keep pushing back on that. You keep pushing back on this narrative that we should be seeking out waste, fraud, and abuse everywhere by saying that the Trump administration has decimated the entities that are designed to seek out waste, fraud, and abuse, and yet those same entities have uncovered exponentially more fraud.
The problem is that they haven't charged
your
any
logic
public
is flawed,
officials,
and you know
and
your
the public
logic is
integrity
flawed.
section has
your
been
logic is flawed, and you know your logic is flawed. I just wanted to point it out. It's okay. So I guess I want to get to this. We have a limited amount of money. We have $37 trillion in debt. We run a $2 trillion annual deficit. And we have spent much of this year seeking out waste, fraud, and abuse, trying to get our fiscal house back in order because we're running out of time. So this cannot be a partisan issue. We cannot solve these problems without a bipartisan approach. So I have a bill that I filed. It's called the TABS Act. And what it does is it uses technology to confirm income eligibility. So $1.5 trillion every year go to social safety nets that are means tested, meaning depending on where you live, if you make too much money, you don't get them. And so if we use technology to real-time verify, you can actually give the social safety net to the person that's seeking it way faster, in most cases immediately, and then you can remove them from that social safety net in real time. In the big, beautiful bill, we changed it from once a year to twice a year, and that saved $10 billion. If you do it in real time, you are going to save 20% of the money. So if you extrapolate that over 10 years, it's about $2.5 trillion in savings for means-tested social safety nets. These are the kind of things we need to be doing. This is not a partisan issue. We all agree that people fall on hard times, and we need to help them up. We need to help them up. But if we have $9 billion of fraud in Minnesota, imagine what we have in California. Imagine what we have in New York. Imagine what we have across this country, and we've got to get a handle on it because we're running out of time. We can't keep spending money we don't have. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Robbins, how long do you think the corrupt activity has been going on in Minnesota?
We have whistleblower reports dating back from 2013 or 2014, so through the Dayton administration and the Walz administration.
Over a decade. Okay. Why is it that we're just now seeing, having this fully uncovered, and I'm not sure it's fully uncovered yet. Why is it, I mean, you've got an attorney general, you've got a governor who claims to be pure as the driven snow, and you get a lot of snow in Minnesota. Why is it just now coming out?
Well, because it's been a failure of the administration, particularly our Office of Management and Budget, who has responsibility constitutionally for this, and they have not been doing their job. But because we were able to create this oversight committee, it's the first time in the history of our legislature we've had an oversight committee.
Would you agree that with this fraud going on over a decade, and basically the lackadaisical or disinterested approach from your government, that's why it's necessary for the oversight committee here in Congress to take this up? Would you agree with that?
I do. We're grateful for your help because we don't have the resources and we don't have subpoena power and some of the tools that you have.
Well, the reason that, one of the reasons that I don't think we need to bring Mississippi in here is because they've been very aggressive in their investigation and prosecution, along with the U.S. Attorney's Office. And I just want to point that out, Mr. Chairman, that we wouldn't be sitting here today asking the questions that we're having to ask if the governor of Minnesota, Walz, and the Attorney General and the other people that are responsible for oversight had acted expeditiously in investigating this themselves. So that's why we're here, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate all of you being here. The charges and reports of fraudulent autism centers in Minnesota are shocking to me. Could you describe to us your committee's findings in this area, Ms. Robbins, and how these fraudsters were operating?
It is really shocking. So there were autism centers that are a Medicaid waiver program, and people were getting paid kickbacks to sign their kids up to participate in the autism center so they could build Medicaid. And these children didn't necessarily have autism. We have substantiated, court documented by the U.S. Attorney how the parents were getting their kids falsely diagnosed with autism so that then they could get a kickback to participate in billing Medicaid for autism services.
It's not just the fraud in terms of money, it's the abuse of children by their parents that has taken place here. And they were able to defraud the EDIBI program millions.
Yes, I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg in understanding it. There's been a handful of charges, but we expect more.
Mr. Hudson, do you think General Ellison or Governor Walz was aware of the fraud prior to the exposure that has been brought now?
Oh, there's simply no doubt. I mean, again, referring to the exhibit that I submitted with my testimony, 2,500 pages of OLA reports citing all of the red flags and risk factors, and they did not take appropriate action.
Why do you think they did that, Mr. Hudson and Ms. Rick? She's about to hit her button, so go ahead.
In my opinion, the simplest answer, the most logical answer is that they didn't want to know the answer to the question, because the answer to the question was going to require them to take action against one of their favorite political constituents.
It's also been alleged that they may have benefited.
Yeah, that has been alleged, and I hope the evidence is entered into the record through investigation and prosecution.
Well, it's going to be a thorough investigation. Ms. Rarick, you were about to say something?
Just really quickly, so I think it should be noted, we haven't said this yet, but Jim Nobles was our legislative auditor for 38 years, and he did an article, or he did a statement in the Star Tribune on December 29th of 25, and he said literally all the state needed to do was implement standard financial controls and oversight. Why the Walz administration did not do that is still a mystery, but it's disturbing.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think we just heard full justification for why we're having to have this hearing, why we'll have to follow up, because clearly the state of Minnesota had almost a lack of interest, maybe even an interest in covering it up. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back and look forward to further investigating this
Thank you,
massive
Mr.
fraud.
Palmer. I think the evidence is clear as well. Chair now recognizes Ms. Luna from Florida.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Before I get to the questioning of some of our witnesses today, and thank you again for being here, I would like to make a motion to subpoena journalist Seth Harp for leaking classified information, including doxing a Delta Force commander on Operation Absolute Resolve, which liberated the Venezuelan people and brought a terrorist dictator to the United States to face justice for his crimes against American citizens.
A motion has been made, another motion by Ms. Luna. The committee will hold this motion in abeyance till the end of today's hearing. The committee will now proceed. Chair recognizes.
Thank you, Chairman Comer.
I make a motion to request this in writing.
Hold on. There's been a parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah, parliamentary inquiry. We'd like to request this in writing.
Okay.
I can submit that. If I can just right after this, I'll totally submit that to you guys, because I have some other motions that we're voting on at the end. This is a great motion in writing. We want everyone on record for this one. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Luna.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Honorable Robbins, based on your record before your committee, when did Governor Walz first become aware of widespread fraud in Minnesota social service programs?
I would assume that he has been aware of it since he ran for office for governor in 2018.
By 2017, DHS investigators warned CCAP fraud could exceed 50%. What was that information elevated to the governor's office?
Yes, there was an OLA report.
Thank you, ma'am. By 2020, state officials knew Feeding Our Future invoices were fraudulent. We know that payments continued to the AG's knowledge. Did they continue to the governor's knowledge as well?
Yes.
Attorney General Ellison agreed on tape to fight Minnesota's own Department of Human and Health Services in exchange for Somali political and financial support. In your personal opinion, do you believe it is a possibility that Governor Walz also made that personal deal, or that he at least knew about the Attorney General's agreement?
I don't know.
Okay. I don't want to rehash what you guys have spent hours answering. We know that there's a big issue with the fraud in Minnesota. So on a number of things, I'd first like to point out, thank you for being here today, but because of your testimony and because of some of the evidence that we've seen brought forward, as well as I'm sure the fact that this committee, I assume, at Chairman Comer's direction, will be soon subpoenaing AG Ellison, I would like to make criminal referrals regarding Governor Walz as well as AG Ellison. As you know, U.S. Code 371 and U.S. Code 2, which deals with criminalized conspiracies to defraud the United States and establishes liability for individuals who knowingly aid or abet the commission of federal offense, includes willful blindness or deliberate inaction where duties to act exist. So I will be referring them later on today. Now, aside from that, I do just want to point out that there is a statute that you can denaturalize citizens if their applications were fraudulent, and also too if within 10 years of their naturalization that they committed fraud in the U.S. And so I take this very seriously, and it's very unfortunate that these people chose to do this, because being an American citizen is not a right, it's a privilege, especially if you were not born here. And so with that idea in mind, I would like to say that these criminals took advantage of the very country that gave them refuge. They do not deserve the privilege of remaining here, and frankly, they don't deserve to even be imprisoned here, which is why, as the chairwoman of the El Salvador caucus, I work very strongly with President Bukele. And we also know that CCOT has proven to be a great facility to house people that are denaturalized and deemed not worthy of U.S. citizenship. And I will be making referrals for those individuals if they are found guilty. Thank you for being here today. Chairman, I yield my time.
Will you yield the last 2 minutes you had?
Yes, sir, to you.
All right. So we've talked a lot about Governor Walz. I think you all have done a tremendous job codifying the fact that there's massive amounts of waste in Minnesota. This has been taking place for years, and yet nothing's been done. The Democrats want to keep spending more money. They're like, why are we cutting off funding temporarily? We need to spend more money, throw more money at the problem. That's not working. The American people aren't going to have it. Thank you all for being here today to talk about this. I know it takes a lot of courage, and I'm sure you're probably getting threats from certain people that have benefited from this, and others that are misinformed by some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. We've talked about Walz. You've stated that Walz has been well aware of this, but we haven't talked a lot about Attorney General Ellison. Very quickly, do you all have anything to add about his knowledge? Was he aware of this? Go ahead, Ms. Rank.
Thank you. I actually had that document in front of me that I wanted to share. So this is from a press release that we actually confronted him with when we had a hearing and he was in front of us. And the press release is from September 26th of 2022. And this is from press release from his office. And it says, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison and his office have been deeply involved for 2 years in holding Feeding Our Future accountable. Now, the tape that we've been talking about as well, where he said he would go to bat for the fraudsters against state agencies, which, by the way, were his clients, happened 1 year prior to this press release. So if he had been working to oust the fraudsters for Feeding Our Future, he would have known who they were at the time of that meeting. He claimed in front of us that he did not know who they were. That was his reason to meet with them. And by the way, I would say that he did not meet with him in his official office, which is highly suspect. He met with them at a strip mall, I think, something like that.
Okay. Well, we've invited him to be at our next hearing on this. If he doesn't respond very soon, he will be receiving a subpoena to be here at the next hearing, and we look forward to working with you and any other whistleblowers who want to come forward to ask Mr. Ellison specific questions. Now, Chair recognizes Mr. Gill for unanimous consent.
I'm getting a unanimous consent request to enter into the record. Former legislative auditor, is the Walt administration finally awake about fraud?
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes are you ready, Mr. Langworthy, or? Mr. McGuire, Chair recognizes Mr. McGuire from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today and for your tireless work on your committee to investigate and sound the alarm for fraud in your state. After receiving a mandate from the American people and taking office, President Trump and this administration have worked tirelessly to root out and put an end to waste, fraud, and abuse in our federal government. The recent child care fraud that has come to light in Minnesota is just the latest example of why the American people deserve to have oversight and how their taxpayer dollars are being spent. Talking with constituents in my district, I had one guy say to me, he said, John, why should we even pay taxes? The signal that we're getting around our country is that you do everything right and you pay your taxes, and these folks are buying homes in foreign countries. These fraudsters are stealing from the American people, we the people. And one constituent said, we're not paying taxes, we're paying criminals. We need to know where our taxpayer dollars are going. The 20 million or so illegal aliens that came into our country have come here to break the donkey's back. You know, if you want to break a donkey's back, you keep loading it on and loading it on until his back breaks. And we're sick and tired of the waste, fraud, and abuse. For some reason, it seems like our friends on the other side of the aisle partner with the fraudsters and not those people that are identifying the fraud. You may remember during the Summer of Love, when they were burning our cities for 80 days, instead of supporting the police, they wanted to defund the police and use their dollars to bail them out of jail so they continue burning our cities. It makes no sense. Recently, we got Maduro out of his country to stand trial for killing and terrorizing thousands of American citizens. And instead of telling the military what a great job they did, they had protests around the country for Maduro. And by the way, I had a friend in the airport in Buenos Aires. When it was announced, the entire airport cheered. And people in Venezuela said that they've been eaten out of trash cans and family members got into prostitution because their family was starving, they're trying to survive. As a Navy SEAL veteran, I served in Venezuela during the 90s, and it was one of the most prosperous, strongest economic countries, safest places in South America, and they've ruined it. So anyway, the people are sick and tired of the waste, fraud, and abuse. In reference to the most recent child care fraud scandal coming to light, by a spokesperson for Governor Walz said, the governor has worked for years to crack down on fraud and asked the state legislature for more authority to take aggression on this action. He has strengthened oversight. Ms. Robinson, Mr. Hudson, and Mr. O'Rourke, as members of the Fraud Prevention and State Agency and Oversight Committee, do you agree that Governor Walz has strengthened oversight in the state of Minnesota? Yes or no?
No, he belatedly took action this fall because of the enormous pressure that is coming to bear, but his agencies always had the authority that he trumpeted now.
No, he simplified the problem by pretending that you can solve it by appointing somebody to look at it. This needs systemic reform.
He absolutely shredded oversight, simply.
Yeah, and I heard through testimony that it was career suicide to speak up. But Ms. Robinson, you've been very vocal about the mistreatment of whistleblowers by Governor Walz. Can you speak to some of the ways that Governor Walz and his administration have retaliated against whistleblowers?
Yes, I've met with many whistleblowers who have spoken about how they were told that they would be demoted or reassigned. I know of people who were reassigned. We also know that they were surveilled in their place of work when people thought they might be the quote leaker. Their email and their chat functions were surveilled electronically for words like fraud or whistleblower or compliance or overbilling. So they are under a great deal of stress in the Department of Human Services, and we are grateful for the whistleblowers who have spoken out to us.
So based on all of your knowledge about this scandal or this fraud in Minnesota, I think it's the tip of the iceberg. We're like $37 trillion in debt, and now I don't know what it is about Somali, but apparently they're using that for Somali daycare centers in Washington State now, and it's come to light that there's some daycare center fraud in Ohio as well associated with Somali. So I think we're just the tip of the iceberg, and there's waste, fraud, and abuse everywhere, and maybe a big chunk of our national debt comes from waste, fraud, and abuse. So I don't care if it's a red state or a blue state. We need to have oversight. We need to protect the American people's taxpayer dollars. The child care fraud brought to light by Nick Shirley is just the latest scandal. In 2022, federal prosecutors charged 47 defendants, majority of whom were from the Minnesota Somali community, for the role they played in feeding our future. Are they still in power in Minnesota?
The Democrats?
No, the Feeding Our Future. What's going on with them now?
So that program was a COVID-era child nutrition program, and that is over, but there's ongoing child nutrition programs that could be fraudulent. So I think they're still working their way through the Feeding Our Future case, but I think there will be need for ongoing oversight of child nutrition programs.
With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Langworthy from Buffalo, New York. Okay, Chair recognizes, we will go to Mr. Stauber, are you ready, prepared, or Ms. Fishbach?
Yeah, Representative Fishbach prior to me. Thank you.
Okay. Chair recognize, we're going to get to our wave-ons, and we may have a few more that will come in. We have a few more Republicans that haven't asked questions yet, but Ms. Fishbach, you recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And before I begin my remarks, I want to enter into the record an email shared by DHS whistleblowers. The email was written by a senior DHS official and sent to other DHS leaders. In the email, the DHS official talks about using military intelligence resources to track down whistleblowers' exact location. And this issue, and I believe this email was alluded to by Representative Rarick in her testimony.
Without objection to ordered.
Thank you so much. And I have one more, and I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record an article titled "Minnesota Government Whistleblowers Claim They Were Electronically Surveilled, Had Promotions Denied," in the New York Post, dated January 3rd, 2026.
Without objection to ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, I would like to say thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing us to waive on. This is an incredibly important issue in our state and across the country. It's something that comes up all the time when we're out in the district. And so I thank all of the legislators for being here and for all of your work that you do in order to expose this and dig into it and really figure out what's going on. And I think it was Mr. Burlinson who asked if we were embarrassed. But I'm not embarrassed to be from Minnesota. What I am is really sad that this is happening, and this is what Minnesota is known for now, this horrible fraud, because there's wonderful things that Minnesota does have to offer. And so as a lifelong Minnesotan, it makes me sad that this is what we're having to talk about. And while some may want to downplay this fraud, I want to be clear. This is an explicit and egregious cover-up on the theft of taxpayer dollars. And hundreds of millions stolen from programs intended to help feed children, provide housing, provide child care, even help individuals with autism. And we also have reports that some of this funding is going to terrorist organizations, like was mentioned earlier. Democrats have been in charge in Minnesota for years. And I was in the Minnesota legislature, I know. And they specifically wrote and passed legislation that reduced oversight when handing out federal funds. Democrats seized on COVID in particular to yank back fraud protections, just so that they could hand out money as fast as possible. That was the whole thing. That was the mantra during COVID, is we've got to get it out fast. So we can't have all these regulations and checks and balances on them. Unfortunately, though, this problem isn't new, and it wasn't just from COVID in Minnesota. Whistleblowers report that they've been making reports for years. The Democrat leadership at the state level in Minnesota has been actively suppressing whistleblowers, and I think some of the testimony that you've all given today is pointing that out. And that's not an opinion, it is fact. It's fact. So I'm going to ask, maybe we're going to go over some of this a little once again, but I want to make sure that everybody understands that there's a clear answer. Representative Rarick, the tweet, where did my sign go? I have a sign. Maybe we don't. But there's an account that is working, that is, I believe, from the whistleblowers. And I just wanted to note, there we go. Thank you. This behind me is the account. Is it run by one whistleblower?
Madam Congressman, no, it actually is comprised of over 1,000 state employees across multiple state agencies.
So this is not just a couple of people. This is a lot of people bringing this to light. And were the whistleblowers ever made to feel unsafe on their attempts to report fraud?
Yes, absolutely. I can give you 2 quotes that they have in the 7-page document that was submitted for this committee hearing. 2 things that they said is, think about your home and what if you lose your job? So these are things said to whistleblowers. Second thing was, we need information about where your kids go to school and where their bus stops are.
And Representative Wright, that's just incredible stuff. And I know you mentioned it before, but I do think it's worth repeating, because we had whistleblowers. This could have been happening, but there has been Democrat administration after Democrat administration, including Walz and the newer, they have not addressed these things. And they have not said, hey, whistleblowers, we believe you, and we're going to do something about it. And so that's the concern. And I just want to, I'm running low on time, but I wanted to just ask Representative Robbins, and I'm sorry, Mr. Hudson, but you've had some really good moments today, so I'll go to
What's his name? Don Lemon.
As chair of the committee, if these claims of retaliatory action are true, then it violates the law. So if these claims are true, then a state agency is violating our own state whistleblowers laws. Is that correct?
Sorry, so the whistleblower statute is for civil penalties. There is no criminal penalty for whistleblower retaliation in statute currently, but we are looking at that for the next section. But that's why when people say, why haven't these people who retaliated against whistleblowers been prosecuted, it's because there is no criminal.
1 2 1 2, she put the bread, don't knows. Yeah, check it out, shorty dip low. Came through fast, but she slipped slow. Got that shorty out getting in trouble. Don't worry, mommy, I'm here on the double, get it? She moving so fast. Got this old nigga running around in the stair. Got a little nigga running around in the mask. Got a nigga spinning up, digging up. Let's go. Cause if you follow me, boy, you gonna get somewhere, you know what I mean? Cause we going places right about now, you know what I'm saying? Check it out. We gonna change it up right about now. We just was at the hearing, the Congress hearing for the Somali frauds. You know what I'm saying? But we gonna fall back from that for a minute, you know what I'm saying? Get something now. Check it out. Yeah, cause if you follow me, stop playing with me, baby, then I will follow you too. Yeah, cause if you follow me, yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna follow you too. Check it out, shorty dip low. Came through fast, but she slipped slow. Got that shorty out getting in trouble. Don't worry, mommy, I'm here on the double. Shorty moving on fast. Got a nigga running around digging in the stash. Got an old man there wearing that mask. Got a nigga feeling low class. But I know if you want to follow me, then I will follow you too. D-block, baby, let's go. Cause if you follow me, yeah, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna follow you too. It's crazy, right? Don't let me think he could just run up in the church. Man, you couldn't run up in a strip club and get away with no shit like that, boy. Stop playing with yourself. Oh no, baby, it's on though. So let pop for shorty quickly in the lawnmower. You need to tell me where you wanna go. Chop that shorty, look good in your father. Oh yes, all around the world. That's right, me and you, girl, get it. See, I'm back in my city, looking all good and I'm feeling all pretty, yes. Fresh kid, fresh cut, strutting my motherfucking stuff, and that's why we up in the club, shorty giving it up, and she said, just throw it in the air, drop low, give them what they pay for. Me, I'm all first thing I saw when I came through the door. Make a nigga wanna go raw, especially when I come through push to the core. Listen, shorty, that by law. Feminine sure, but it gets you in the door, get you in the floor, get you in the bed, get you in that motherfucking head, but come on. See, I'm back in my city, looking all good, feeling all pretty, yes. Fresh kid, fresh cut, strutting my motherfucking stuff and ball. That's why we back at the club, shorty giving it the ball. And she said, just throw it in the air and drop low. Kill 'em what they pay for. Hot damn, last night I had a blast. 100-yard dash, I'm coming in fast. Shorty in this pretty ass mask, I'm spinning that cash and shaking that ass. And I'm really on bust though. Shorty really made a lot of gusto. I don't know you really long, can't trust you. If I catch you out back, shorty dust you off. Disrespect. Check it out. Lotion is the information that lubricates your brain. I've been looking for it everywhere, but I just can't seem to find it. It's somewhere in the back of my mind. Let me rewind it. I don't want no cocoa butter. I don't want no Vaseline. Somebody better find my lotion, or somebody's getting cream. Get it? Yeah, smooth like that, you know? Yeah, come on, get it to me. One time, let's go. Yeah, it's your boy Dabrand on those. Get that sizzle. Baby girl, know I get pissed though. Can't stop similar on shit and when whiz ho. Baby, let's go whiz though. Peace out, sitting that's plus. Baby girl, slow it down, tell me what's the rush. Baby girl, in and out dust. Got spit in my language, tingling touch. That tingling there. That fingerling hair. Baby girl, chilling on chicken in there. My pummeler says my mama in there. Get any pump here and I swear. That was pig lag, short for if you ever step in a church, put my foot in your ass. Go blast, got 6 nice cash. Nigga, let 100-yard dash, get it? They sweating that diesel, me and my Miho. Stop playing that free throw, catch on back, get in the keyhole. That jazz, blood shit there, making that last. Coming through, skitting, they slow and they fast. But then I put my foot in your ass. Don Lemon ran in the church. Tried to act tough. Even the preacher told that nigga, break down. Back off. Nigga, go slack off. They put the Mac off. Go act off. He's got his mind. Niggas stay killing him blind. Each and every time I come through, baby, I'm out on my grind. Spin every dime. Cause y'all niggas are slime. And I'm telling y'all each and every time I'm coming through, blowing your mind. Get it? They raw. Baby, come even the score. Lay him down on that floor. Keep talking shit and I'm breaking your jaw. That's law. Fall back, that's law. Fall back, that law. Break chicken, I'm breaking your jaw. Get it? That's all. Nigga, that's law. Stop playing that law. Nigga, talk shit, I'm breaking your jaw. Get it? I'm talking to you, Mr. Don Lemonhead. Don Lemonhead. You so stupid. Gonna make songs about you and your gay lovers. You get that dick, you get that dodo. See with a dick taking off that dodo. Tell back, baby, let's take a little photo. Hold on, stay coming. This nigga stay dumping. My gears up, something got it, small and stay running. And they flee. Ain't talking to me. Who Gotta get B, nigga G, nigga can't shake it. Yeah. Just want to wet my whistle on a little bit of that Dawn Lemon hair. Dawn Lemon head.
Did you ever think you would make it?
Did you?
I feel I'm supposed I can taste sweet victory. Know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright.
TBD.
My handshake is better than anything I ever saw. It's right here. You are a one-on-one?
My son's right about it.
I don't think I've ever said this before.
Brando.
But it is what it is. Well, gang, great to be with you guys. The president just got done, I believe, giving his talk at Davos. He kept saying a lot of lines repeatedly. I don't want to see Europe the way it is right now. I want to see you win. And then he said, when America goes up, you follow. So, and America goes down, you follow, which means, hey, you want to see us win. And he said something very interesting. And we have a special guest. We're going to get to our guest here today as well. He's going to give some commentary on these stories, as well as his announcement he made that he's running for the governor of state of Florida at the age of 31. James Fishback, we got in the house, so it's good to have you on.
Thanks, Patrick.
We met each other, I think, a couple times at the debate.
Yes.
And I would see you, good-looking, 29-year-old, guy running around at the time. I think you were with Vivek, an advisor to Vivek. Something happened. You kept your shoes on. He did not. There was kind of a falling out.
I used a fork. He insisted not to.
I just want to tell you we're going to talk about shoes being kept on or off and how important that is, your economic policies. But the president kept going. He said something very interesting I liked, Tom. He said, if you want approval, okay, for nuclear, he said, is 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
For the data centers, he said it's 2 weeks. Do you know California right now, of the houses in Palisades that were burned down, only 12 to 13% are getting permits, have gotten permits. So the White House, who is busier doing a million other things, is approving permits faster than L.A., California is. It tells you so much about
for power plants.
For
not
power
a wood
plants,
house.
yeah, for power plants, which tells you how more efficient they are. By the way, there's a bunch of other things. We'll play the clips, and we'll get into those stories. But let me kind of share with you some of the stories we're going to talk about today. Trump shares call for Don Lemon's imprisonment over Minnesota's church protest coverage. And by the way, it got so bad that CNN brought a lawyer that broke down why this is such a different protest. And the lawyer said, if all you did is stand outside, nothing would happen because you stepped in. Because of that, every one of these people could go to jail. It's like protesting in a hospital. You can protest outside of a hospital, but not in a hospital. You got to see this. It was great. So we'll definitely talk about Don Lemon. Maybe, who knows? He may be doing some time here soon.
Might like
and that's going to be a tough. So he may like it, but it may be a different story. So Trump is going to Davos. Obviously, we'll talk about that. Larry Fink gives a warning. Capitalism must evolve. And he talked a bunch of different things about, he made a point about climate change. A lot of people are criticizing him. We'll talk about the Vivek wearing shoes story, Times of India, which is James Fishback, not James Fisher. Trump threatens to sue J.P. Morgan Chase for debanking him after January 6 Capitol riots under Biden's administration pressure. We'll go into that. Calls to invoke 25th Amendment grow after Trump's Norway letter. Los Angeles fires dominated insurance losses of $127 billion in 2025, record-breaking. Have a backbone, Governor Newsom. He's apparently at Davos as well. I'm sure you saw when Newsom said have a backbone. You have to react. We got to react to this clip to see what he has to say. He just act like they coming in. Why are you guys all afraid of him? Why are you guys all afraid of our president? What is wrong with you guys? You should celebrate if other countries fear and respect your president. California loses over $1 billion to rival states for film, TV production, despite Newsom's tax incentives. Then we got Washington's proposed millionaire tax sparks concerns of broader levy damage to state's economy. I think they want to do 9.9% above $1 million. So let's just say whatever you make up to $1 million, you pay whatever the state tax is saying. Above $1 million, you pay another 9.9. Tom will correct me if I'm off. I think that's the number.
No, that's it.
That's the number. Yeah, Michelle Obama had a message for a lot of you guys. She wants to see you buy and do more business with black business owners, not white business owners. She thinks it's a better idea. I'm going to see maybe James is going to agree with her. Who knows? And we'll go to the panel here. China's birth rate sinks to record low. There's even rumors that China's population may not be 1.5 billion. They may be making it up because how the hell do you grow when you've been at 1 for this many years? So who knows? We'll get into that. Even MBAs from top college schools are struggling to get hired. Elon Musk floats an idea about buying Ryanair. He's hilarious. Klarna CEO calls credit card interest rates as extraction machine, backs Trump's proposed 10% rate cap. Anyone surprised Klarna doesn't like this idea that, hey, let's go to 10% because they're going to use the BNPL more? And then we got a few other stories. Mamdani, who, mayor of New York, just recently said on The View, he calls to abolish ICE. He thinks it's a good idea to abolish ICE. I wonder what you think about it. And then a couple of your friends, we have to bring it up.
It's on brand for a Marxist.
Say that again?
It's on brand for a Marxist.
It is. You and a friend of yours on Twitter, Christina Pusha, had a nice exchange. We'll get into that as well. And then we got a couple other things. Okay. Having said that, let's get right into it. So, James, before we get started, why don't you take a minute and tell everybody, 31 years old, you can enjoy life, you can travel, you can work hard, you can build a business. Why are you running for the governor of Florida at 31 years old?
Patrick, I'm running for Florida governor because my family has been here for 4 generations, and Florida is the best state in the country, hands down. That's why we all live here. I was born right here in Broward County, raised here my entire life. But if we're the greatest state in the country, why is it so hard for the families who made it the greatest state in the country to afford to live here? Mm-hmm. I meet people every single day, including just last night in Sumter County where we held a rally of 100 people who say, I can no longer afford my property tax bill, my homeowner's insurance, my HOA, whatever it may be. I can't get a great paying job. I can't buy a home. That's a real fight. And so I'm in this race to deliver a real plan to make Florida affordable, to make life a little bit easier. I believe we are the best state in the country, but that has to mean something for the families, the young people, and the seniors who made it the best state in the country. How do you do that? Right off the bat, you end the H-1B scam. No more H-1B workers will be allowed in Florida. Those jobs will go to our recent grads. We're going to ban Blackstone, private equity, and foreign nationals from buying up single-family homes, hoarding and cornering the market. So you and your kids and your grandkids, Patrick, they can buy a home. You know why? Because a home is not a nice to have. It is a need to have. If you can't buy a home, can you get married, Pat? If you can't get married, can you have kids? And if you can't have kids, what's the point? We know that as Christians, it's a precondition. And then let's talk about overdevelopment and sprawl in our state. You look at a Google map over the last 15, 20 years, a satellite map, entire communities where citrus groves once stood, where cattle ranchers once herded their lots. Guess what? Those are now becoming AI data centers, become Section 8 style housing. I believe this is a choice between old Florida and new Florida. If you want Florida to become the AI data center capital of the world, you can vote for Congressman Byron Donalds. If you want us to become the financial capital, the concrete jungle, vote for Byron Donalds genuinely. But if you want citrus, ag, tourism, space, if you want a state that we all can be proud of, if you want to protect our Everglades, if you believe that our jobs belong to us, if you believe that we should be able to buy single-family homes, not Chinese nationals, if you believe that Washington, D.C. should send 600,000 Chinese students to our universities, guess what? Here's my plan. As Florida governor, I'll sign an executive order before the sun sets on my first day to raise tuition on any foreign student to $1 million a year. $1 million.
Foreign student to $1 million.
I don't want them in our schools. Florida taxpayers like you and me, we pay for Florida colleges. We built them. We fund the faculty, staff, and the research. Those should be for our kids. Imagine a young girl right here in Broward County who went to my high school, Boyd H. Anderson. I was one of 2 white kids in the entire senior class. Imagine her being told, you know what? You're not going to be admitted this time around. You're not going to be able to go to the pre-med program at the University of Florida because we had to make room for a student from Shanghai or Mumbai. That's exactly what's happening every single day in our state. And if DC is successful with this deep state U.S.-China trade deal, upwards of 600,000 more foreign students can come to our universities. And Patrick, I'm a big fan of what you've built here. I wanted to make a little bit of news here this morning if I can.
Beautiful. Go for it.
We all have friends in New York, and I am sorry for their loss that Zohran Mamdani is their mayor. But I want to be very clear. 3 words: Florida is full. We are not a refugee camp for New Yorkers to flee from their problems. That's your mess. Clean it up. I am proud to announce here today exclusively on PBD that I will pass the Mamdani tax, $50,000 property transaction tax for any out-of-state individual who wants to buy real estate, single-family real estate here in Florida. It's time we put Florida first. We are full. We took in 800,000 new residents after COVID in just 5 short years. Crazy idea. Florida needs to put the people who made Florida, Florida back at the front of the line. That's what I'm running to do. If you want more New Yorkers, Byron Donalds is your guy. After all, he was born and raised in New York, and within the span of 3 years moving here, he got himself arrested twice. Rather interesting. But at the end of the day, I believe that there's a real debate in the Republican Party right now between economic nationalism and economic corporatism. The economy has to work for working people. It has to work for young couples. It cannot exclusively work for the biggest companies. That is my platform. As I ended my campaign video, my name is James Fishback. I'm running for Florida governor as a 4th-generation Floridian because I believe, Patrick, that Florida is our home, America is our birthright, and no one should ever be able to steal that from us.
I love that. I love the fact that you have bold ideas. You even give an idea about if somebody can fix, was it one of the citrus, what was a problem you said that you would give them $1 billion. Can you share that idea with the audience as well, please?
Yes. So there is an issue here with citrus greening. I was in Frostproof in southern Polk County with 5 generations of different citrus growers. And what I found was that there's this greening that came from China about 15 years ago. It is an infection, a disease. And much like COVID, the Republicans and Democrats just pointed the finger and said, it's China's fault. We're just going to give up. We're just going to give up on citrus in Florida. Citrus used to be 245 million boxes every single season. In the most recent one, it's only 14 million. Guess what? That means fewer jobs, fewer local industries, fewer local businesses, and a sense of pride in our communities like in Highlands County, in Sebring, and Frostproof. And so what I've said is if you're a scientist anywhere in the world, and I mean anywhere, you could even be in Iran. If you're a scientist anywhere in the world and you have discovered the scientific cure to greening, the state of Florida will pay you $1 billion cash. Because guess what? Florida citrus could be upwards of a $50 billion industry again. Why wouldn't we make a one-time investment to turn places like Moorhaven, Davie, where citrus groves once proudly stood, where we employed tens of thousands of young men and women, where we supported local industry and local businesses, when we gave these rural communities all over our state a sense of pride? Why don't we put a little bit of investment for them?
It's a good point. And by the way, for a Floridian that may be listening to this saying, hey, that makes sense, I'd like to see that happen. Now, going back to the $50,000 of people coming in. So if you're going to charge somebody that's coming here, you're calling them refugees coming from New York here, the Mamdani tax of $50,000, who does that benefit? Yeah. What does that do? Because and even if you did that, the people that are leaving, I'd say most of them would be able to pay for it. And I guess if they do, it generates an income for the state. Tell me the logic behind that idea.
Well, the logic is in economics, show me the incentive and I'll show you the outcome. There is no disincentive right now for New Yorkers to pack up their things, throw in the towel, come to our state and price us out and push us out. And crazy idea. I believe that our state should work for the people who built our state, who put it on the map, like my grandmother, who was a 20-year English teacher at Plantation High School, just about 10 miles southwest of here. So the idea is very simple. Create a tax disincentive as opposed to a tax incentive for New Yorkers or any out-of-staters. It's going to be a property transaction tax. It's $50,000. If you want to come here and you want to move your residence, it's going to be $50,000. My hope, and I think what you're going to end up finding, is that's going to actively deter people from coming here. Look, if you got a New Yorker who's outbidding a Florida family, who's about to start, get married, have 2 or 3 kids, if they're outbidding them by $5,000 on a home, guess what? That family may have to stay in their studio apartment on the wrong side of the railroad tracks for another 5 or 10 years. They may not be able to get married. They may not be able to have kids. What's the point if we can't support them when they need our support? And so what the Mamdani tax of $50,000 does is it says there's a property transaction fee of $50,000 if you're an out-of-stater buying property here in Florida. And what you do is you actually recalibrate the market to allow Florida families to have a fighting chance to buy homes and to exist in our state.
It's an interesting idea. It's like when the Trump did the $5 million gold card. Is that what he called it, the $5 million gold card? Or I remember I was in Panama. Panama said, if you bring $300,000 here, we'll give you the citizenship. You're trying to come here. The country. Unemployment at the time was 2.3%. Incredible real estate, incredible economy, and a safe place to be. It would be a similar idea. Tom, what do you think about the $50,000 idea?
I think, well, it would have affected you and me. My dad worked for IBM, and so I lived down here during high school. I graduated from Boca Raton High School up there, I-95 and Glades Road. And so we came back here, though, looking for a business-friendly environment that would attract us. And so if you build a business-friendly environment and you want us to come down here, and we've brought down, now look at the jobs we've built. This was a failed business. Pat bought the building. Now there's employees in this building.
Of course.
So I would think you would want those people to come because you've built this magnet to say, hey, we're going to have less regulation. This is what we've got. We got this for families. And for those of you that stay here long enough on education, we have the Bright Futures program where you can get a tremendous discount if your kids do well in high school. You can get a discount and guaranteed admission at Florida State, University of Florida, UCF, and FIU, correct? All the ones that are funded by tax dollars to Tallahassee.
Correct.
So why would you then put a toll gate up and say, if you want to come down here and participate in all that and make jobs, wait a minute, the toll's $50,000.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you be missing the opportunity of someone like Patrick and myself and others that are with his organization?
So I think it's a great point, Tom. And look, I would not have supported this 10, 15 years ago. I would not have supported this even 7 years ago. The truth is that we had 800,000 people move here over the last 5 years because we had so much success and we attracted people here. I think at some point, though, it makes sense to say, enough is enough. We are full. We don't have the infrastructure, too much congestion, too much traffic. Home prices in Broward County alone are up 72% in the last 5 years. So what made good sense, and I'm glad you're here, Tom, I'm glad you're here, Patrick, but what made good sense 5, 10, 15 years ago needn't make good sense now. Look, I think we were right to welcome immigrants here on Ellis Island, but guess what? They didn't get food stamps and an Obama phone. They didn't get $7,000 a month in Chicago or $500 a night hotel rooms in New York City.
Different issue, and you're right about that.
Correct.
They shouldn't come here and have all the tax dollars going to provide all those things.
Yes, absolutely. And so I think the bigger thing is what might have made good sense, and it did make good sense to invite folks down here to open up businesses and industry. That's one thing. That was 10, 15 years ago. We are at the brink now. We are fully exhausted as a state. Go to the I-4 corridor between Tampa and Orlando, nonstop traffic. Drive here 95 between downtown Miami and downtown Fort Lauderdale, nonstop traffic. At what point do we say, we're done building? Let's just preserve what Governor DeSantis has given us. And part of that has to be, Patrick, eliminating property taxes. Not property tax relief, not property tax reform. Eliminating property taxes to zero for every single Florida resident. Not for out-of-staters, not for Canadian snowbirds. We have to deliver the largest tax cut in Florida history. And you know this, Patrick. One person's spending is another person's income. So when we give you a tax cut, I don't want to know how much your property tax bill is, but when we give you a tax cut, I've seen your beautiful home. When we give you a tax cut, how are you going to spend that money? You're going to invest it in your business.
Yeah.
You're going to go out and get ice cream over movies with your kids.
I did a video on this about the whole no property tax, homestead, non-homestead. The way I would probably do it, I would do it to incentivize. It's almost like, how you're with a company 5 years, they'll say, hey, we'll give you equity and we'll give you LTIP if you reach a certain level, and then this is when the benefits will start. I would consider doing that for the people that need it, not the guys that are living in $10+ million homes. I would probably not give them that, and maybe even give it to people that have been here 5+ years or 10+ years. Something to be aligned with your argument, right? To be a true Floridian, fourth generation, because you're a true Floridian. You've been here 4 generations. So when somebody says, I've been here for that long, you know the state better. This is your culture. This is where you grew up.
TVD. Gotta move on, man. New excitement, man. I need the latest and the greatest, man. The current events, man. Give it to me, man. Pop it off. I will follow you. Stop playing with me, baby. Nick Shirley testifies in Congress. Let's see if that's Nick Shirley. That Nick Shirley.
Networks operating in Minnesota are dating for more than a decade have submitted over $9 billion. False claims. Some high-profile cases in Minnesota include organizations and programs such as Feeding the Future, Early Intensive Developmental and Behavioral Intervention, Housing Stabilization Services, and Integrated Community Supports. Now we're going to watch it.
Waiting in chaos. I will follow you.
About the wealth.
Motherfucker Nick Shirley. That's not Nick Shirley. That's not Nick Shirley.
You get all kinds of things done. Look, I would never walk up on a man like I walked up on dude. I knew he was bumping his gums. I knew nothing was going to happen how I walked up on him. But except for like when you arguing with a female. Because that's all he did was yap after he backed up. Because when I first sat down, I was right up on him. Then after that, he kept yapping. A little bit after that, because I kept telling him, I don't do that sucking shit. He kept yapping. So I'm like, all right, say I suck again. He folded.
So last night, Corey Holcomb broke his silence after a week of not really interacting with the internet, doing the exact opposite of what Anton Daniels did. And actually, Corey went there. Oh, he went there. He went to the depths. He started talking about the family and bringing up certain things. And, you may have your rules of engagement about many things, but one thing you don't do, and I learned this a long time ago, is tangle with a comedian in a war of words. That's why when people go to comedy shows and they start heckling, they always lose. Why? Because a comedian will go there. Like literally. Corey went on wide-ranging topics from his wife, his daughter, Mika, his offspring, just so many different places, you know what I'm saying? And say what you say about it, it might be uncalled for in normal circumstances, but these aren't normal circumstances. We now in another realm. And it's obvious that Corey wants to go there, at least in this conversation about what happened on his show last week. He felt disrespected. And now the gloves are off. Everything's in fair play. So anyway, without further ado, Corey Holcomb drops bombs on Anton Daniels. I don't think he calculated this in the chess game that he was playing because, like I said, Corey just laid back and kind of went about his business, did his shows this week, and then he came back and it was surgical. He opened up with a clip of Anton from last week talking about that he's a Christian first before he's black.
Okay, but the position you and your people are in.
Who is my people?
Black people. Do you claim black people?
I'm a Christian first. I claim.
Well, I think something's wrong with that. If you don't want to say you're a black man first, I think something wrong with that. This man denounced my people in my face. Right. And my people was taking up for him. You think I didn't notice that? Right. He denounced black people in my face. And I still was able to keep it cool.
Right.
But sex play, that'll get me up out my seat.
Right.
Sex play, not sex play.
So all of the black people who taking up for him, I wish you better with yourself. Because he really ain't supposed to be able to walk the streets where we at. If you really want to know the truth. But I ain't worried about that. I ain't sending nobody his way or nothing. I'm just saying, because he sent people his way himself. Yeah. Up here talking about, I was up on your shit. Man, I ain't never said this before in my life. He was bragging about being up here. Right. I never said this before, but I'm finna say this for the first time. Because I moved out here in 2000. I've been here 25 years. First 30 years I was in Chicago, but I've been here 25 years. I think I earned the right to say this. He talking about how he ran up on this LA, homie. You think you got a pass to come back here after saying that? Homie, I know these boys out here. These boys out here operate in chaos. It ain't supposed to make sense. That's how they do it out here. I found that out when I moved out here. Because I was like, well, why they... And this one dude, when I did this movie, I forgot his name. I think his name was Big Slice. OG nigga from out here, ain't no joke. He was explaining to me. He said, that's how we do it out here. We operate in chaos.
Man.
Chaos. So I'm just telling you, you think you got me, homie. You dissed more than me. This building was built off the backs of brothers who got it in the streets of LA. And you came up here disrespecting and bragging on it. If you knew who walked through these doors and went up them stairs to smoke with the people who founded this place, you wouldn't have did that. But I'll let the streets show you. You can't perpetrate like you tough on the video and not get, them motherfuckers gonna come see what you about, homie. I know they are. I don't know nothing about it.
And that kind of gives Corey a lot of license, because a lot of people are going to hear that statement and automatically disassociate from sympathizing with Anton in this situation, you know, because as Corey puts it, you basically shit on what it is to be black. And that's not going to leave you in a sympathetic place for most people of the viewing audience.
Man, listen, y'all, we gonna talk a little shit about whatever the fuck for a little while, but we really got a show. We really got lives. We really be doing things. We ain't looking for no internet moment and trying to run with it and perpetrate and cap and all that sucker shit. We only talk about the facts. Now, hold on. What video is ready? Do y'all got the one with dude talking about dick sucking on somebody else's show? Play that.
Explain that to me, then I can answer your question.
It means that you're the gay best friend.
That's fine. That's fine. Well, if I'm the gay best friend, that's fine.
So we can stop name calling and we can just get back to the subject.
You did it first. Call your name. I said you had on a cake.
And I said you had on a gay.
What the does that mean? And for me to be gay, I have to a man. I've never a man.
I don't know that.
I don't know you haven't the man, nigga.
I would bet on you before me.
I'm retarded. That's fine. That's fine. You hide it. That's what it is.
Or you open with it.
You're the down low people. You're the down low.
And you're the dick sucker. What's the difference?
You're the down low. You're the down low, and you're in the loud, and then you're the loud. You're the down low.
Oh, sorry.
Let me go get a
How far do we go with this?
All right. Anyway, I don't know if we saw the part where he did the same thing on somebody else's show with the dick sucker shit. Really? I don't know if we saw. He did, and then said, "You called me a name," and the dude didn't call him a name. I think this is a routine of that guy.
Yeah.
I think that I didn't do the research on that man to be prepared, or I wouldn't have even had him on because he was ass kissing on the phone.
Yeah.
Like dead ass. He got in touch with somebody, and somebody gave me his number, and he was talking like he had some sense.
Right.
And when he came on here, he ran his routine that he's run a few times on people. And, that's cool. But sex playing a man, can we just start out with that? There's cameras all over me. Have we missed a Tuesday, Darlene?
No.
Even when the city was burning down, we was up in this. Yeah,
They had to tell us to get that.
yeah, real shit.
Hey, man, listen, man. We ain't missed a Tuesday. Do you know if you fight on YouTube, they give you at least a 30-day suspension?
Right.
His plan
It's like being married.
almost worked.
Oh.
His plan almost worked. Now, because we ain't got all day for this sucker-ass nigga, because he'll never be in my face again. Everything he say is for the net. You got away, you got away with that. But listen, it was some people talking about somebody ain't a real nigga or a street nigga. What is the definition of a street nigga? I really want to know. Does anybody know what a street nigga is? I know what happened.
Yeah.
Now, this is what the internet has done. The internet has created an AI video where different outcomes and different ways it happened was shown. They've edited the truth. A, do we have what happened? Yeah, I got the clip. Play that. Yeah, when you get ready, let me know. See, it's people who have edited the video to make the video look like he stood up to me and all. I was like, what is this? When I saw some of the edited videos, I was like, boy, they cold with this AI, boy. This AI, I seen a video where I beat his ass.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's wild.
Oh yeah, and by the way, futon, my homie said, don't call that nigga that, call that nigga futon.
Oh.
Well, that's hilarious. Instead of saying his name.
Oh, futon. Okay.
Hey, futon, thanks for not beating me up, man. Thank you.
I call him the evil whining. That's ZZ whining. That's the only whining that can't sing. He beatboxing whining.
Thanks for not beating me up, man. I really appreciate you, man. So the man came at me with sex play. I'm not talking to everybody, because everybody might not even understand what sex play is. That's the word. That's when you talking that backdooria to a man. The man came at me with sex play, and I tried to warn him. I tried to tell him, you can't play with me like that. So I'm realizing the camera's on me. It's a lot on the line. It's a lot on the line, but he's trying to act like he a man. I bet my life and safety he wasn't a man when I asked D to move and basically sat in his lap. Because if you walk up on a man like that, you could get your eye poked out, you can get sucker punched, you can get all kinds of things done. Look, I would never walk up on a man like I walked up on dude. I knew he was bumping his gums. I knew nothing was going to happen how I walked up on him. But except for like when you arguing with a female. Because that's all he did was yap after he backed up. Because when I first sat down, I was right up on him. Then after that, he kept yapping. A little bit after that, because I kept telling him, I don't do that dick sucking shit. He kept yapping. So I'm like, all right, say I suck dick again. He folded. That was my out. That was my out. I was like, this is all smoke and mirrors after this. Because I don't know why people who understand life couldn't see. The man was too scared to take his glasses off. He was froze. He just was yapping, like when you arguing with your girlfriend. The man, look, we're not talking no hypotheticals. I ain't gonna say what I would have did. I heard the man said I was shaking. Okay, if I was shaking, I bet you didn't say that sex play to me again. So I ain't no tough guy. I ain't got time for that. I had a production in Vegas this week where I was on stage joking and singing. I'm the entertainer. But he has mastered a wickedly brilliant way to get people to clickbait what he's doing. And it's a very dangerous way to live. It's a dangerous way to live because the things he did during this week, he really played himself. Because he has nothing else to do but talk crazy and act like he's doing this and act like he's doing that. Homie, thanks for not beating me up. That's all I got to say. Thanks for not beating me up, dude. Whatever would have happened, it would have happened if he was man enough to stick to his conviction of what he came here for. His conviction of what he came here for was to try and catch me off my square. And, you know, I'm a tell him and any advocate of him, and of course the people that root for what we're doing up here, I'm gonna tell you this. Why don't you think what he did worked?
I mean, it's a few reasons.
Why didn't it work? What he tried to do, why don't you think it worked? Craig, I would love to hear what you got to say about that.
Well, here's the thing, right? First of all, because we're comedians, so we think abstract. So we don't hear words the same way everybody else hears words. We don't experience situations in the same way. So what he took advantage of initially was you were coming from an honest place. You were really trying to have an honest intellectual dialogue.
They said I disrespected him when I said he was kissing white people's ass, and he was exactly kissing white people's ass. And to this day, he still has never said nothing about the contribution the Caucasian male has made to the downfall of this nation.
Right.
And he said, I'm not going into that. He said it, and people forget about that. They forget that he never answered that question.
Right.
I'm sitting up here asking questions. This man coming at me with some dick sucking shit.
Right.
I'm glad that he didn't have the courage to say it when I stood on it. I'm glad.
Yeah.
I didn't have to call the lawyer in the morning and take that retainer over there, and I don't expect everybody to understand that. It's a lot of people who ain't never had to give a lawyer $10,000 at one time. But that's what they start at if you really want a chance to be heard in the courtroom.
Well, when he say he studied you, he knows this. Like, we comedians, we got egos as far as like, we used to people sitting down and listening to what the fuck we got to say. So his strategy was to invalidate you. So no matter what you would have said, he was going to disregard it because he knew that would get you in a space like, nigga, what? So you
what'd get me in a space if you start sex playing me.
Right.
Because I wasn't there until I didn't stop. Like, fuck what we talking about. Hey, nigga, I don't do that dick sucking shit. I don't play like that. I don't know people who play like that. I'm talking about, it ain't nowhere where I'm from. I've never seen whole shit like that before. I never saw nobody do nothing like that before.
But in the debate world, it's called baiting opposition. The whole purpose of it is to invalidate your credibility.
So in the debate world, or whatever you want to call it, I guarantee you this, the debate will stop if you tell a man brought up in ghetto America who don't move like that anything about dick sucking. The debate is out the window. It's what's up?
Right.
What's up?
You know what it reminds me of? Remember when Dennis Rodman was in the league and he was dressing crazy? And, I forget who it was. I think it was Alonzo Mourning. And he kept slapping his ass, and Alonzo was like, kind of mad, and he was yelling from the sideline, "You a sick man! You a sick man!" Because Dennis Rodman knew, okay, this is his limit and this is my limit. My limit on this particular thing is a little further. So let me try to take him in deep waters. He was just trying to take you in deep. But you caught it though, so it didn't work.
Yes.
But Dennis Rodman also was in front of cameras.
Right.
He knew when
This is what we have to make sure is understood. Some people, when they in front of cameras, they understand this is basically court gear.
Right.
This is court gear.
Yeah.
It's proof of what happened. I can't respect all that in front of the camera stuff.
No.
I respect the work you put in elsewhere.
Yeah. Right. But he don't want your respect.
He ain't gotta have my respect. Yeah. But I'm just saying, if you want, look, I am not ashamed of my masculinity. All my young guys out there who watching this, they're gonna try to make you think something's wrong with you if you have a line that a batty boy cannot cross. If you have a line where you like, don't play with my sexuality like that, they're gonna make it seem like you're hateful or you're something. You're not hateful, you are a man. You built like that. You're supposed to fold it up as much as you can in this crazy world. But if somebody is testing your manhood like that, man, I'm telling you, man, I don't care how well composed you are. We still animals.
All day.
Mm-hmm.
Don't play with mine, whoever you are. So some people want to say, well, that's all somebody got to do to set you out. I guess. I ain't from that world.
What was interesting here is that Corey really just kind of slow cooked on this roast. And what he used as a tool, I call triangulation, right? So he's not only going to talk about you, but he's going to talk about your sphere of influence. In this case, the family. He's going there with the family. And I don't necessarily agree with that tactic, but like I said, when you engage with a comedian on his territory, which is him with a microphone, you can't pick the rules of engagement now. Now he's just going to go to the depths, and he's going to make sure that you feel it in some kind of way. And unfortunately, the stuff about the daughter, I can't co-sign it. It was wrong. But as a comedian, they're constantly throwing ideas at the wall, and they're going to keep going with what sticks. Right? They're gonna try to cut to. This is the basis of roasting. Roasting is to get you in your feelings, get you so mad that you want to fight. Right? And it's funny because Corey actually says, "I'm so glad you didn't beat my ass like you said you would." Because Anton goes on a tour of all these podcasts, especially when he said he's going to only do podcasts in person. That is a contradiction off the bat. He's going to capitalize on this by going on like even smaller creators' channels. I was kind of surprised that he actually went to some places. I was like, really? But I think Anton's calculation was he would get the internet on his side by visiting all these other shows. That works. But once again, you're now in a different, I mean, this isn't just beefing with another YouTuber, which, you know, YouTubers, you've seen them before. They go back and forth for years, you know. A couple beefs come to mind and stand out. And it's kind of understood what the rules of engagement are. But now you're dealing with a comedian. He's going to roast you. He's going to roast your family, your legacy. I mean, comedians are known for going to the family first. You know, when you think about your mama jokes and stuff, that's about the only person Corey didn't bring up in this. In, like I said, the immediate family situation. Now, that's the calculation you have to make. You have to understand, if this is a possibility, am I ready to put my family out there on the line? You know, everybody always brings up the Scarface line of no women and no kids, but some people don't give a f-. Let's just say that. Some people don't give a f- anymore. And they feel like you came into their spot with ulterior motives or you disrespected, they're going to say what's on their mind, and they don't care about the repercussions.
The man claimed Christianity over everything. And Darlene, did you hear me when I said, I think it was before the show started, I said to him, well, the fact that you married is one of the reasons I brought you on here, because you brag on being married.
Right, I remember that. And then somebody else in the room asked him something about his wife as well. So it was known.
Oh, I guess you could play it. Black people, do you hate black people?
I'm a Christian first. I'm a Christian first. I'm a Christian first.
Boy, you use your paper to fuck bitches you would normally never be around. You an ugly ass boy. You an ugly ass boy. You brag on having no children out of wedlock. You got a picture of his daughter? I'm a dirtbag. You got a picture of his daughter?
That nigga got a picture.
This motherfucker bragged on not having no children out of wedlock. What happened, D? It crashed.
Froze.
That's the broad.
I was told.
Y'all can get the broad off. That's his daughter. This man said he ain't got no children out of wedlock. Make no more kids, nigga. That bitch gonna be buying pussy like you after a while. If you don't know, nigga, don't ever brag on no motherfucking what you ain't got. Don't nobody want no kids with you, nigga. Don't nobody want no kids with you. Your prime years, you was a scammer, nigga. You was doing scams. Now that you older and found a way to manipulate, get dude off the, who the fuck is that, nigga? This motherfucker cat. I'm the captain now. Look at it. Hey, look. Let me tell you something. Don't make no more daughters, dog. You got to make it where your shit come out with a boy so he can make excuses for him. But you ain't got no kids out of wedlock because ain't no bitches fucking with you. He was on the internet bragging, I always got a bad bitch with me. No, you pay a bitch to be with you, nigga. You ain't no nigga who got bitches. You buy bitches like the little bitch you had with you, goddammit, who motherfucking made that story sound like she wanted to sound. I got to town Tuesday. Did you get to town Tuesday? Or was you in Vegas with him? I don't know. Did you get to town Tuesday, really? So you let that man lie to you, bring you up here, talking about you holding the show, and you ain't mad at that nigga? I seen you on that show when he said something about dick sucking to the other dude. You know what kind of nigga that is. Little sister, let me tell you something. If you trying to get on, come get it on your back like the women who really moving up in the world. You can get on the show, but it's other things that got to be got on. That's all I'm saying. This is show business. You got to do what you got to do. You doing it, it's just you doing with a lane. That motherfucker spent you, told you, yeah, I'm gonna put you on the show. That nigga ain't got no power up here. He ain't got nothing to do. The only power he had was to run his mouth. That's all he did. Run his mouth. When a man challenged him, he bagged down. So if you want to be on the show, because I heard you say, I went to Corey Holcomb's show out in D.C. and he was funny and all that shit. Shouty, you can earn it fucking with me. You ain't gonna make no baby that look like that. You a little short girl, though. You gonna give me a little swole little runt, nigga. But I hit bitches like that. I hit bitches like that. Dude hit bitches like that because he flat out bought her. I'ma indirectly buy you. Everybody who I buy hate me later because they be like, he ain't really give me shit. Don't be lying, talking about you came out here to do the show. You came out here to kick it with that big old ham sandwich because you know that motherfucker gonna trick off real good with you. The show, you probably was disappointed because you ain't get on the show. That's because I didn't know you and you was with dude. You see where the show at, meet me outside one day and say, Corey, I'm trying to earn something. We good. We good. You got the clip with his wife?
Yeah, you got the wife.
Play the clip with that mark-ass nigga wife. By the way, if I get under your skin, you know where I'm at, homie. You know where I'm at. Play the clip with his wife. This is the funniest shit.
Oh, wow. Times it can be hard and sad and difficult because Anton has a lot of different personalities, and so you have to be a certain type of woman to deal with. Anton is very emotional. He doesn't communicate effectively. I don't think that he has killed anybody before. I think he's capable of it. I've seen him angry before. He's just like a totally different person when he's angry. He blacks out.
What?
All right. Now, she look like she'll be like, fuck it, I'll be with this little fat nigga. Baby, you ain't got to be worried about that nigga temper tantrums and all that shit like that. Come fuck with a real nigga. If y'all in Detroit, it's real niggas in Detroit. God damn it. They could come pick you up at his house. He ain't gonna do shit. You with a mark-ass nigga who's stressing you out. Cause you saw it. I know you saw it, ma'am. When I said to your husband, I'm gonna do it in slow motion a little bit. Say I suck dick again. That nigga let your whole family down and bitched out. Y'all done. You will never live that moment down where he got punked in front of the nation. You think you supposed to fix it because you married to him. Look, I ain't gonna lie. I can't put you out front with my top 5 bitches, but I'll find you a slot just because you his wife. Come fuck with a real nigga. You know you can't stay with that nigga. His best years are over. What if you'd have had a boy? God damn, you'd have had a little slouchy little boy. You had a daughter, at least somebody would smash you. This motherfucker, them nights when them other bitches ain't answering the phone, they gonna call your daughter. Meanwhile, you could be over here with me, goddamn it. I got a bitch with some colder wigs than that you had on. Boy, that wig you got on, that's a starter kit wig. I got some bitches who do hair so good, boy, I'll make that bitch an 8. I'll make that bitch an 8, nigga. That bitch, what? Let me tell you something. I can make people think she look good. But yeah, your husband a straight mark-ass nigga. I sat in his lap, the nigga wouldn't even swing. I said, say it again, the nigga wouldn't swing. You can't fix that, baby. He can't be hiring people when he get in town, whatever town he go to, having strangers watching his back. That's the best way to get robbed. The man said, I got more money than Corey. Well, you just marked yourself, nigga.
You know, they say, you know, people who go mainstream a lot of times or have a very multi-ethnic audience and actually not acknowledge the people that they come from, in the long run, it ends up being detrimental to them. You know, you always need your base of people to kind of support what you're doing out here. You know, like that's kind of the problem we're facing here. And you know, there are some black people that definitely support Anton, but you always need that base. And I think that's a lesson that people learn in entertainment that a normal person who's coming in on the internet doesn't understand necessarily. That you got to shore up your base and make sure they're on your side. Because when everybody goes, you ain't got much left. I thought another point was interesting was when Corey brings up the fact that he did confront Anton in the way that he did. He said the reason he does that is because he didn't respect Anton's manhood and didn't think that he was going to do anything. You know, a lot of people in their criticism of this, they always put the onus on Corey to have made the first move. But I always point out that if either one of them are mad at the respective statements, Anton being mad at the ass kissing statement and Corey being mad at the S, the D of the black community statement, then there should be an equal opportunity to fire off. Corey was saying that he was restraining himself on purpose, and a lot of people showed Corey love for that. He talked about D.L. Hughley gave him a call. He talked about several prominent comedians reaching out to him to get a lay of the land. He also talked about Deion Sanders called him. That's the funny thing about this. Corey had I think they said up to 25,000 people in this stream, and it was a solid number just so they could hear what his thoughts were on this Anton Daniels beef and what he was going to say. And so he also reveals that when those people reached out to him, like, you'd be surprised at the people that actually listen to the 5150 show. And that just goes to show you the power of what people can do on YouTube. Like the how homes that you can reach over 16 years on a program where you're there every Tuesday, spitting the street gospel, as it were. Corey Holcomb has used this platform to great effect to get his message across. And when something like this comes up, as you can see, the ears are there, And like I said, that was just the live viewers. All the replay watchers and everybody else, like, that is an impressive number. I don't know many people that have that number unless you're in the top ranks of the streamers out here that are damn near traveling around the world nonstop. Look at iShowSpeed or Kai Cenat or somebody like that. So Corey Holcomb, in his own right, has built up enough cachet that he can pull those type of numbers just on a once-a-week show, which goes back into my other point a couple weeks ago where we were talking about Corey Holcomb probably could benefit a bigger platform like, say, Netflix, since Netflix wants to get into the podcasting game. But so what do you think? Do you think Anton's plan worked coming in there, like to garner attention and then go out to the live streams and then to get the internet streets on his side? Or do you think Corey Holcomb's approach of silence, being silent for an entire week and then coming with 25,000 in the chat and just going in, basically having people hanging on his every word? I'm pretty sure there were some people that stayed up pretty late to watch this show, but people were in that room and I was expecting the number to go down. It didn't go down until they took a break.
Had a blast, fast, coming in fast, pretty ass man, shaking that ass, Busto, shorty like gusto, can't trust you, suspect, it's the Brando.
Get all kinds of things done. Look, I would never walk up on a man like I walked up on dude. I knew he was bumping his gums. I knew nothing was going to happen how I walked up on him. I've been. Looking for no internet perpetrating cap and all that sucker shit. We only talk about the facts. Now, hold on. What video is ready? Do y'all got the one with dude talking about dick sucking on somebody else's show? Play that. Just play that.
Gay for women.
I don't know what that means to be
What's
gay
the
for women.
difference?
I don't know what it means to be
What's the
gay for women.
difference?
He has a point. He has a point. Okay, crashing out. Put your seatbelt on, I guess.
If you can explain that to me, then I can answer your
It
question.
means that you're the gay best friend.
That's fine. That's fine.
Well,
if I'm the gay best friend, that's fine.
So we can stop name calling and we can just get back to the subject.
You did
I didn't call you a name. I said you had on a cake.
And I said you had on a gay.
What the does that mean? And for me to be gay, I have to a man. I've never a man.
I don't know that.
I don't know you haven't a man, nigga.
I would bet on you before me.
I'm retarded.
That's fine. That's fine. You.
All right. Anyway, I don't know.
That clip right there, if I had to say, I ain't even really get to see who was talking, but let me see. I mean, to say that, homeboy did sound a little weird there on the phone, man. I ain't gonna front.
If we saw the part where he did the same thing on somebody else's show with the dick sucker shit.
Really?
I don't know if we saw. He did, and then said, "You called me a name," and the dude who didn't call him a name. I think this is a routine of that guy.
Yeah.
I think that I didn't do the research on that man to be prepared, or I wouldn't have even had him on because he was ass kissing on the phone.
Yeah.
Like dead ass. He got in touch with somebody and somebody gave me his number and he was talking like he had some sense.
Right.
And when he came on here, he ran his routine that he's run a few times on people. And, that's cool. But sex playing a man, can we just start out with that? There's cameras all over me. Have we missed a Tuesday, Darlene?
No.
Even when the city was burning down, we was up in this.
They had to tell us to get that.
Yeah, real shit.
Hey, man, listen, man. We ain't missed a Tuesday. Do you know if you fight on YouTube, they give you at least a 30-day suspension?
Right.
His plan
It's like being married.
almost worked.
Oh.
His plan almost worked. Now, because we ain't got all day for this sucker-ass nigga. Because he'll never be in my face again. Everything he say is for the net. You got away. You got away with that. But listen, it was some people talking about somebody ain't a real nigga or a street nigga. What is the definition of a street nigga? I really want to know. Does anybody know what a street nigga is?
Yeah, it's a few. It's supposed to be a code of conduct in the streets. Like in Cali, the code of conduct is somebody call you out for a fair one. You're supposed to take the fair one. But that's bullshit, man. We got too much to lose,
But
man.
I hear where Corey's coming from though with that. You're right. It's like who's to say who's what? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like what? Is it because you grew up in a neighborhood or were you affiliated with gang? Are you in a gang? I mean, what's the exact definition again? That's subjective, but
Yeah. Is it? Here's the thing. I think people interpret. Everybody interprets what we do differently. You know what I'm saying? Because who you are and what you represent, you stand on a lot of stuff. You say a lot of controversial stuff. So people who don't understand the intellectual capacity of your message, they equate it to something that they understand it at their level. So they think that Corey is a fighter, he gonna fight whenever. It's like, nah, that ain't what this is about. This.
You see me fighting?
No, but that's how they process it.
it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't
Yeah,
thing
'cause-
all the time on the internet.
That's how they
Folks are always
process it.
gonna say something.
Like me, anytime I get angry, they say I'm being a tough guy or I'm trying to be hard, or they'll call me a bully. I am not no bully. I never bullied nobody. But if I raise my voice a little bit or get a little bit aggressive, they just take it in a way like that. I don't mean it. I don't mean to cut you off.
No, you ain't cutting me off. I'm just trying to make sure, because I know what happened. Yeah. Now, this is what the internet has done. The internet has created an AI video where different outcomes and different ways it happened was shown. They've edited the truth. Hey, do we have what happened? Yeah, I got the clip. Play that. Yeah, when you get ready, let me know. See, it's people who have edited the video to make the video look like he stood up to me and all. I was like, what is this? When I saw some of the edited videos, I was like, they cold with this AI, boy. This AI, I seen a video where I beat his ass.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's wild.
Oh yeah, and by the way, Futon, my homie said, don't call it nigga that, call that nigga Futon.
Oh.
Well, that's hilarious. Instead of saying his name.
Oh, Futon. Okay.
Hey, Futon, thanks for not beating me up, man. Thank you.
I call him the evil whining. That's ZZ whining. That's the only whining that can't sing. He beatboxing whining.
Thanks for not beating me up, man. I really appreciate you, man. Hey, I thought I would have videos ready when the show started, but that's not what happened. Ain't nothing I could do. So can we just play the one you sent me, Abe, where we'll just take the time out to do this one because I want people to have a copy of the video, how it really happened, and not the AI video that people are putting out there and making it seem like he showed man tendencies. This is bad that none of the videos are ready. I mean, like, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna go hire a producer so we can have this stuff done from now on because I can't do this like this, man. It's the videos. I don't know how to get the. Okay, fuck the videos. Anyway, so the man came at me with sex play. I'm not talking to everybody because everybody might not even understand what sex play is. That's the word. That's when you talking that backdooria to a man. The man came at me with sex play, and I tried to warn him. I tried to tell him, you can't play with me like that. So I'm realizing the camera's on me. It's a lot on the line. It's a lot on the line. But he's trying to act like he a man. I bet my life and safety he wasn't a man when I asked D to move and basically he sat in his lap. Because if you walk up on a man like that, you could get your eye poked out. You can get sucker punched. You can get all kinds of things done. Look, I would never walk up on a man like I walked up on dude. I knew he was bumping his gums. I knew nothing was going to happen how I walked up on him. But except for like when you arguing with a female. Because that's all he did was yap after he backed up. Because when I first sat down, I was right up on him. Then after that, he kept yapping. A little bit after that, because I kept telling him, I don't do that dick sucking shit. He kept yapping. So I'm like, all right, say I suck dick again. He folded. That was my out. That was my out. I was like, this is all smoke and mirrors after this. Cause I don't know why people who understand life couldn't see. The man was too scared to take his
Pause. 5 minutes ago, my man, you just said you ain't want to put everything on the line, and you basically said YouTube, if you fight or sniffle wrong on YouTube, they shut you down, and I got plenty to lose. I wasn't ready to do that, but now you sit here and you trying to convince everybody that you was the tougher person in the situation, and you saying that you got up in his face and he didn't do nothing. But I would assume you didn't want him to do nothing. I would assume you knew he wasn't going to do nothing on camera. Anyway, he got up. He said, let's take it outside. That right there would have been a viable option for me. Like, fuck it, let's go outside then. Let's do it. Let's go. Because you're going to put everything on the line, doing anything in front of the cameras, bro. Anything. You just said it yourself. So why would you risk it all to do that? That wasn't pretty smart, right? And the man also offers you to go outside. So at this point right now, I'm sort of like leaning with Anton, my man. Like, I think you choked, man. Let's see what you got to say, man.
He was froze. He just was yapping, like when you arguing with your girlfriend. The man, look, we're not talking no hypotheticals. I ain't gonna say what I would have did. I heard the man said I was shaking. Okay, if I was shaking, I bet you didn't say that sex play to me again. So, I ain't no tough guy. I ain't got time for that. I had a production in Vegas this week where I was on stage joking and singing. I'm the entertainer. But he has mastered a wickedly brilliant way to get people to clickbait what he's doing. And it's a very dangerous way to live.
And you threw a lot of threats, too.
It's a dangerous way to live because the things he did during this week,
I ain't probably
he really played himself. Because he has nothing else to do but talk crazy and act like he's doing this.
Get up out of here, man.
Get weird. I got some bitches who do hair so good. Boy, I'll make that bitch an 8. I'll make that bitch an 8, nigga. That bitch, what? Let me tell you something.
Let me show you.
I'm going to indirectly buy you. Everybody who I buy hate me later because they be like, he ain't really give me shit.
Yo, you ain't, your argument ain't, you ain't defending yourself, buddy. Like, if you sounding like a scam artist, bruh. You making yourself sound like a little scam artist, partner. People feel like when they felt dealing with me, they feel like they ain't get shit anyway. My man, that sounds like a lot of niggas I know, man. And we don't fuck with niggas like that. Cause they grimy, man.
Don't be lying talking about you came out here to do the show. You came out here to kick it with that big old ham sandwich because you know that motherfucker gonna trick off real good with you. The show, you probably was disappointed because you ain't get on the show.
And now you sound like you snitching. Straight snitching on the man. You trying to ruin the man's relationship with his wife. Cause he getting ready to put on a video, I believe, of Anton's wife or something, explaining how Anton is. And right now he's throwing shade, telling Anton's wife, yeah, he was over here with the girl. Yeah, he was with her. Yeah. You know, my man. Now you living in dangerous territories, homeboy. And I believe you know that. As a man. Yeah. So,
Because I didn't know you. You was with dude. You see what a show at? Meet me outside one day and say, Corey, I'm trying to earn something. We good. We good.
and,
You got the clip with his
and,
wife?
and even the girl that he was with now could come back without him and earn something. Oh, you got daughters, Corey? These cats don't even know what they be saying out their mouth sometimes, man. You can come back and earn something, man.
Play the clip with that mark ass nigga white. By the way, if I get under your skin, you know where I'm at, homie. You know where I'm at. The clip with his wife. This is the funniest shit.
Oh, wow. Times it can be hard and sad and difficult because Anton has a lot of different personalities, and so you have to be a certain type of woman to deal with. Anton is very emotional. He doesn't communicate effectively. I don't think that he has killed anybody before. I think he's capable of it. I've seen him angry before. He's just like a totally different person when he's angry. He blacks out.
What?
All right. Now, she look like she'll be like, fuck it, I'll be with this little fat nigga. Baby, you ain't got to be worried about that nigga temper tantrums and all that shit like that. Come fuck with a real nigga. If y'all in Detroit, it's real niggas in Detroit. God damn it. They could come pick you up at his house. He ain't gonna do shit. You with a mark ass nigga who's stressing you out. Cause you saw it. I know you saw it, ma'am. When I said to your husband, I'm gonna do it in slow motion a little bit. Say I suck dick again. That nigga let your whole family down and bitched out. Y'all done. You will never live that moment down where he got punked in front of the nation. You think you supposed to fix it because you married to him. Look, I ain't gonna lie. I can't put you out front with my top 5 bitches, but I'll find you a slot just because you his wife. Come fuck with a real nigga. You know you can't stay with that nigga. His best years are over. What if you'd have had a boy? God damn, you'd have had a little slouchy little boy. You had a daughter, at least somebody would smash you. This motherfucker, them nights when them other bitches ain't answering the phone, they gonna call your daughter. Meanwhile, you could be over here with me, goddamn it. I got a bitch with some colder wigs than that you had on. Boy, that wig you got on, that's a starter kit wig. I got some bitches who do hair so good, boy, I'll make that bitch an 8. I'll make that bitch an 8, nigga. That bitch, what? Let me tell you something. I can make people think she look good. But yeah, your husband a straight mark ass nigga. I sat in his lap, the nigga wouldn't even swing. I said, say it again, the nigga wouldn't swing. You can't fix that, baby. He can't be hiring people when he get in town, whatever town he go to, having strangers watching his back. That's the best way to get robbed. The man said, I got more money than Corey. Wait, you just marked yourself, nigga. And whoever is his security, you know they don't fuck with him for real. Big shout out the dude who was hired to watch his back when he got to town. I sincerely mean this. You was a professional. You didn't come over here and act like you was trying to break up the fight and escalate nothing. To the dude who was here with him who had to get stuck taking that cake-ass nigga home. Hey, man, I know that money is hard, man. You got to get that paper. But you did a good job, man. You did a good. I'm glad you didn't try to interrupt with it. But back on this nigga and his family.
This nigga's crazy. Hell.
The pain lives on, Ton. Futon. The pain lives on. I'm seeing what you was working with before you had money. It makes sense. Now I'm seeing who you paying to be around you. The bitch really was dissing you in that tape. She didn't stand on nothing with you on that tape. Cause she knows she embarrassed to be with you. What's the little bitch? I mean, Mika, right? Hey, Mika. Go on, hook up with Anton's wife and let me show y'all what Christianity is really about. The work of the Lord is here for you. And, hey, Futon, don't nobody want you, man. You a fat, goofy motherfucker who act like you about something. You ain't about nothing. You crashed out all week, and everything you said, you motherfucker shot yourself in the foot. And if I said something to shoot myself in the foot since I started doing this show tonight, guess what? You ain't say what you need to say when you was in my face. Remember that. What you needed to say, you folded. But thank you for folding. Now, what else we got to talk about, goddammit? Sitting up here with an ugly bitch at home and a bald bitch out here in the street that won't even stand on shit with him. Get your goof ass out there.
All I know is that I got so many phone calls from people saying, "Ooh, did Craig really pull up?" I was like, "What?"
That was interesting.
It's a platform that helps entrepreneurs get started down the path they want. Sometimes starting a business can be.
Yeah, we going there. All hell breaks loose in Minnesota. 44 minutes ago. Governor Walz caves as Trump's Marines do what? What the Marines doing? Nah, I can't listen to that, dude. This is devastating. Yeah. She better bring down nose. And we live. And to all my radio listeners, 40 years career over. Don Lemon has a meltdown live on air over DOJ charges and fucking around with Nicki Minaj and finding out. You dumb fuck. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hold on. Let's go. Let's get into this one time. Come on. Kind of hot.
This is clearly out of her depth. She doesn't understand politics. She doesn't understand journalism.
Well, you don't either.
And I'm not surprised that she is weighing in on something that is beyond her capacity. What I will say to her...
Clinton Jaws, please like this video. It is the only thing I care about. Donnie Lemon. He's in a little bit of trouble, eh? Criminal code. Everyone who willfully disturbs or interrupts an assemblage of persons met for religious worship is guilty of an offense. Anyone who, at or near a meeting referred to in subsection 2, willfully does anything that disturbs the order of the meeting is guilty. This criminal code is filled with a lot of BS. Just 4 years ago, they removed anal sex. Anal sex was a crime. If you went out and got your brown belt, you could go to prison for it. I'm glad nobody complained about me. But in America, it's different. They mean business, and I love it. Don Lemon goes on TMZ. I'm going to show it to you. He absolutely melts down. It's priceless. But you guys got to know. You guys got to know. He had nothing to do with the planning of this disruption.
He's a fake right-wing propaganda news alert from this supposed right-angle news network, supposed network, that I led a protest into a church this morning in Minneapolis. That is complete BS. First of all, I had no idea who the organization was until I arrived this morning.
He had no idea who the organization was.
I had no affiliation to that organization. I didn't even know they were going to this church until we followed them there. We were there chronicling protests. Once the protest started in the church, we did an act of journalism, which was report on it and talk to the people who were involved, which included the pastor, members of the church, and members of the organization. There you go. So why don't you talk to the actual person who is in charge of the organization and whose idea it was to have the protest at the church before you start blaming me for stuff for which you have no idea.
Don't blame him, guys.
Liar, don't.
Blame her. Oh man, talk about calling her out.
Thank you guys thanks for allowing me to be here.
Okay,
Thank you guys.
Okay.
All right. How are you? Good to see you. We're on. We're not saying what.
Y'all got to see this up close and personal, how much of a liar Don Lemonhead is. All right? Because Don Lemonhead is a freaking liar. Yeah. Don Lemonhead. He's a liar, and soon you're going to be lemon spread on bread like...
We're not saying what it is, what's going on, but thank you. Tell us why you're doing this.
So
This is Nakima Levy Armstrong. She's on the show on
Levy
Friday.
Armstrong, civil rights attorney, longtime.
She was on the show, but he has no idea who's part of the organization.
This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there, and then we disrupt business as usual.
Disrupt.
Okay, so we're going to go to the operation again. We're not going to give any of the information away.
Don't give anything away, but you don't know anything. You had no idea. You didn't organize this. You didn't help with the organization of this.
And we all have the address, right?
Yes.
Everybody has the address?
So they're getting the operation together again. This is an operation that is secret, that they invited folks out. Can't tell you what is going to happen, but you're going to watch it live unfold here on the Don Lemon Show. That is what I could say. I turned our camera off of them because they're getting some critical information here.
Critical.
But there we go. Everybody's ready to go.
So they go to the church and they have a hootenanny because they think there's some kind of evil pastor there. But there is no evil pastor there. That pastor actually asks Don Lemon to leave.
As a
no
Christian, one is willing to talk.
Okay.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked that you actually would also leave this building.
Want us to chronicle what happened?
Unless you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship. Okay.
Just terrorize the children. Just terrorize the children.
Imagine making $453,000 in a single month as an affiliate marketer without relying on good.
Nothing but cake to eat.
And then one of the sickest parts, he reports on child abuse and kind of gets a kick out of it.
This guy here, look, he's hugging his kid. And, you know, I've imagined it's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but again, careful, it's very slippery right here. Yeah. It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but that's what really, careful, please, really slippery. Not kidding. That's what protesting is about.
That's what it's about, guys. Child abuse. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Scaring the hell out of kids. That's just the way it is. That's the way it goes, guys. I hope something happens to this guy. Apparently, they're actually going after him.
I saw multiple federal, criminal incidents yesterday, and there will be charges. It's only a question of when can we get a judge to sign off on arrest warrants and exactly what the charges will be.
There will be charges. Okay, this is the best part. Nicki Minaj says some bad things about him, and he completely unloads. And I loved it. TMZ. Remember ivermectin and Joe Rogan calling out the establishment a few years back? And then, bam, millions of people that have never heard of the drug got curious. What if I told you 80% of the world's ivermectin supply comes from Asia? Not at the wellness company. Introducing American-made at an amazing price.
I'm not really to the offense, the criminal offense.
UC.health/Clinton. Use code Clinton. Get $30 off. USA residents only.
What do you say to the offense, the criminal offense of committing journalism? I'm not really quite sure what to say about that. I think that if this woman and the DOJ or Trump or Pam Bondi, if they think that they're going to somehow make activists and protesters in Minneapolis afraid, then I think they've got another thing coming. I'm a journalist. I was there to report and to show and to chronicle what's going on and to memorialize it. And that's exactly what I did. And that's exactly what we do in every situation and over historic moments since America's inception. That's what journalists do. It's the First Amendment.
He's a guy trying to get content. That's who he is. He's not a journalist.
Well, it sounds like, Don, they are tying you to saying that you weren't just a journalist. It almost sounds like they're accusing you, or they think that you might have been involved in the planning of this, that you were somehow part of.
I didn't even know the organizer.
I didn't see that at all.
She was on my show.
But that sounds what the road that they're going down.
I think it sounds like what they would like people to think. I have no planning. I did no planning. There's no evidence of any planning. Again, I was there covering, well, not again because I didn't tell you this, but I was there covering the protesters. I flew into Minneapolis that morning.
You walk in there.
They were holding an event, and
you walk in there with your video camera. It's disruption. I read it.
Just walks into. I had no idea the planning. I didn't even know where we were going. Not that even matters. Again, I'm a journalist. That's what I was doing. I talked to the people at the church. I talked to the pastor. I talked to the congregants. I talked to the protesters. And that's it. And then I left. And
and just so happens, the one church that you show up at is the one church that gets ran up in. Johnny, Donnie, whatever, Don, Lemonhead, Buckethead. Man, if you don't go sit your buckethead down in the jail cell, man, for a while, man, we gonna get at you, man. Because you, sir, are a hypocrite.
I left. There were police officers outside, and if they thought there was any, civil disobedience that had gone out of control, I think they would have come in and started, trying to remove.
30 minutes prior to this, you was over there having a conversation with the Attorney General. I think that might have had something to do with the reason why they didn't come in while y'all was in there acting a fool.
People are asking them to leave or arresting people.
Minneapolis?
None of that happened. It was very peaceful. There was, nobody was physically threatened. And, once once the disturbance was created.
Can we just, guys?
You physically threatened the priest, told him, yo, don't touch me, don't push me, man. Don't push me, man. I'll do something. You physically threatened the priest, man. Are we not supposed to believe who we see with our own eyes, my man? Yo, I really had it up to here with me seeing something happen and then listen to them explain it. And it's just not what happened. It's just like a total different scenario, man. You understand? He said no one was physically attacked or threatened. You threatened the man of the hour, man. The man that everybody came to see, man. You was in his face, man, with a microphone, man. And he was trying to tell you, man, this is the house of the Lord. I wish you all would leave. And you said, don't touch me, sir. Because if you push me again, I'll have to do something. Y'all don't like when people lie, put words in your mouths, huh? I heard that man say. Now, you want witnesses? Listen. Is this the game they want to play, y'all? I want witnesses? I witnessed it. I saw it happen. I saw him push him. I saw him push the Reverend over. The Reverend had to get up off his hands and knees after Don Lemon was done with him. I seen Don Lemon spit in the Reverend face at the Hawk. Don't tell us to leave. We ain't going anywhere. Don Lemon, gangster when it comes down to that, huh? When it comes down to running up in the house of the Lord and telling the preacher a thing or two that you got on your mind, on your chest, that you won't get off. Huh? A Lemonhead? No sooner your governor starts running around, running his big, short, stoopy, dumb, stumpy mouth, talking about churches getting ran up on in the evening because of the environment that Trump is creating. Y'all remember that? He just said that like, what, a day or two before that happened? And then it happened? Right? So we're supposed to be believing that a rogue bunch of people just decided to run up in there after they heard the message. And the luckiest news reporter on the planet, Don Lemon, just happens to be in the vicinity when it all goes down. He claimed he didn't know a damn thing about it. But we just showed you proof. Let me show you the proof again of the man in the parking lot. In the parking lot. With the people. With the people going over the plans. But he didn't know about it. Hold on. Let's just for a minute.
Give anything away, but you don't know anything. You had no idea. You didn't organize this. You didn't help with the organization of this.
And we all have the address, right?
Yes. Everybody has the address? Yeah.
So they're getting the operation together again. This is an operation that is secret, that they invited folks out. Can't tell. So they're getting the operation.
Expect us to come there, and then we disrupt business as usual.
Disrupt.
Okay, so we're going to go to the operation again. We're not going to give any of the information away.
Don't give anything away, but you don't know anything. You had no idea. You didn't organize this. You didn't help with the organization of this.
And we all have the address, right?
Yes. Everybody has the address? Yeah.
So they're getting the operation together again. This is an operation that is secret, that they invited folks out. Can't tell you what is going to happen, but you're going to watch it live unfold here on the Don Lemon Show. That is what I could say. I turned our camera off of them because they're giving some critical information here.
Critical.
But there we go. Everybody's ready to go.
So they go to the church and they have a hootenanny because they think there's some kind of evil pastor
Everybody's
there.
ready to go.
But there is no evil pastor.
You said
there.
you followed them in. You walked in with them.
This is the house of God, and
That pastor actually asks Don Lemon to leave.
As a no Christian, one is willing to talk. Okay, I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked that you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to chronicle it?
You're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship. Yeah. We're here to worship. Okay.
And then one of the sickest parts, he reports on child abuse and kind of gets a kick out of it.
This guy here, look, he's hugging his kid. And, you know, I imagine it's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here. But again, careful, it's very slippery right here. Yeah. It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but that's what really, careful, please, really slippery. Not kidding. That's what protesting is about.
That's what it's about, guys. Child abuse. Unbelievable. Scaring the hell out of kids. That's just the way it is. That's the way it goes, guys. I hope something happens to this guy. Apparently they're actually going after him.
I saw multiple federal, criminal incidents yesterday, and there will be charges. It's only a question of when can we get a judge to sign off on arrest warrants and exactly what the charges will be.
There will be charges. Okay, this is the best part. Nicki Minaj says some bad things about him. And he completely implodes. And I loved it. TMZ. Remember ivermectin and Joe Rogan calling out the establishment a few years back? And then, bam, millions of people that have never heard of the drug got curious. What if I told you 80% of the world's ivermectin supply comes from Asia? But not at the wellness company. Introducing American-made ivermectin. Safe, trusted, tested, and produced locally in Florida. Ivermectin has been prescribed globally for more than 30 years and even earned the Nobel Prize in Medicine for its proven ability to eliminate parasites. You want some of this stuff kicking around your household. After success treating COVID, emerging research shows that the wonder drug can help with everything from rosacea, arthritis, and even cancer. Most pharmacies charge $5 a tablet for 12 milligrams or less. But the wellness company is offering a higher 18 milligram dose for just $3.50 per tablet. You'll get a 6-month supply of 84 tablets at an amazing price. Support American medicine and Patriot doctors, not China's supply chain. Get your US-made ivermectin today at twc.health/Clinton. Use code Clinton and get $30 off. That's twc.health/Clinton. Use code Clinton, get $30 off, USA residents only.
What do you say to the offense, the criminal offense of committing journalism? Don?
I'm not really quite sure what to say about that. I think that if this woman and the DOJ or Trump or Pam Bondi, if they think that they're going to somehow make activists and protesters in Minneapolis afraid, then I think they've got another thing coming. I'm a journalist. I was there to report and to show and to chronicle what's going on and to memorialize it. And that's exactly what I did. And that's exactly what we do in every situation and over historic moments since America's inception. That's what journalists do. It's the First Amendment.
He's a guy trying to get content. That's who he is. He's not a journalist.
Well,
excuse me, sir. How old were you when you made your first million?
What is this for?
We're trying to get advice for the younger generation.
I made my first million last year, actually.
What line of work are you in?
I'm in sales.
Okay, what's the best advice you can give someone that's in sales?
You're only as good as your sales reps and your CRM.
What CRM do you use?
We used to use one of the old legacy CRMs, but it just didn't give us the speed and agility that we needed. But then we switched to Monday CRM and sales started flying.
Why is the CRM so important?
Well, no specific CRM can make you a millionaire, but if you want to move fast in today's world, you need a CRM that doesn't hold you back. Monday CRM propels you forward. Instead of spending time messing around with old systems, you can invest in relationships, in cultivating leads, and in closing deals.
One last piece of advice for our viewers.
Make sure you have the right tools for your journey. If not, stop now, find the right CRM. For me, that's Monday CRM. Then move forward and nothing can stop you.
Thank you very much, sir.
No problem.
Wait, if you or someone you know experienced unwanted touching, threats, or assault during an Uber or Lyft ride since 2020, a global settlement may be coming in 2026. These rideshare companies allegedly knew about the problem for years, but put profits over passenger safety. The New York Times revealed that Uber received over 400,000 reports of sexual assault and misconduct between 2017 and 2022. According to one report every 8 minutes, CBS News, NBC News, and Rolling Stone are covering this because it's following the exact same pattern as other major corporate negligence cases. Here's what most survivors don't realize. If you experienced any inappropriate behavior during your ride, unwanted comments, touching, threats, sexual assault, or worse, you may qualify for substantial compensation. Legal experts predict settlements could range from $300,000 to $2 million, depending on the severity of your case. Over 2,700 survivors have already joined the federal lawsuit against Uber, with trials beginning in January 2025. But only if you act before critical filing deadlines. After that, you're permanently excluded. 85% of eligible survivors will miss this opportunity because they don't think their experience counts or they wait too long. It takes just 60 seconds to find out if you qualify. Click this ad now and answer 3 simple questions. Your information remains 100% confidential and there are 0 upfront costs. The attorneys only get paid if you win. There are absolutely no hidden fees or obligations. You won't pay a single penny unless you receive compensation. You're not committing to anything by checking your eligibility, but you must verify your qualification before the deadline. Don't let these companies get away with putting passengers at risk. Click now to see if you qualify for compensation. This page will be removed once the settlement moves forward.
Well, it sounds like, Don, they are tying you to saying that you weren't just a journalist. It almost sounds like they're accusing you, or they think that you might have been involved in the planning of this, that you were somehow part of
I didn't even know the organizer.
I didn't see that at all
She was on
in the
my
video,
show.
but that sounds what
I didn't know
the road that they're going down.
I think it sounds like what they would like people to think. I have no planning. I did no planning. There's no evidence of any planning. Again, I was there covering, well, not again, because I didn't tell you this, but I was there covering the protesters. I flew into Minneapolis that morning.
You walk in there.
They were holding an event, and
You walk in there with your video camera. It's disruption. I read it to you.
I had no idea of the planning. I didn't even know where we were going. Not that even matters. Again, I'm a journalist. That's what I was doing. I talked to the people at the church. I talked to the pastor. I talked to the congregants. I talked to the protesters. And that's it. And then I left. And when I left, there were police officers outside. And if they thought there was any, civil disobedience that had gone out of control, I think they would have come in and started, trying to remove people or ask them to leave or arresting people.
Minneapolis?
None of that happened. It was very peaceful.
Minneapolis.
There was, nobody was physically threatened. And, once once the disturbance was created,
can we just, guys? Can we?
Nobody was physically threatened, and once the disturbance was created.
Once the disturbance was created, but I didn't have anything to do with it. Love it.
Then I looked at it as an opportunity to do news, to report on it. And what if I hadn't been there chronicling it? Nobody would have known about it. But also, I wasn't the only journalist there, so I'm not quite sure how I became the face in the headline.
Don,
bring on Nikki.
That's the big picture.
Is that the big picture? What's the smaller one? Time out. Nikki called him a sea sucker. I mean, that's not even defamation.
Minaj and her response to all of this and the language that's used. I think it's interesting just because Nikki has been, over the last couple of months, made it clear that she is now publicly supporting, and I think maybe she has all along, but now publicly making it known for support for the Trump administration and even the MAGA movement.
Wow.
The choice of words that she used to go after you, I'm not surprised she went after you.
Homophobic. Yeah. Well, I don't think you have to black it out. You should show it to people. She called me Don, sea sucker lemon is disgusting. Look, this is what I'll say to Nicki Minaj. I normally don't respond to things like this, but, F it. I'm going to do it this time. I think Nicki Minaj has made it very clear how she feels about African Americans in this country. For I don't think she's one of them, obviously. And she should, under Trump's rules, she should be deported because I don't think, reportedly, that she is a legal citizen here. She is undocumented. And so she has shown her disdain for African Americans. So why are you supporting her? Why are you buying her records? She's also supporting, I have lots of gay friends who love Nicki Minaj. Why are you supporting this homophobic, bigoted, ignorant woman? You should not be supporting her. Nicki Minaj, this is clearly out her depth. She doesn't understand politics. She doesn't understand journalism.
Well, you don't either.
And I'm not surprised that she is weighing in on something that is beyond her capacity. What I will say to her is, because she put a doll, I think she put the Chucky doll in there. a better symbol that should have been represented in that picture is a pick-me doll, because Nicki Minaj is a pick-me. She will do anything that is expedient for her politically.
Smart
and
girl.
again, she's ignorant. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's always weighing in on things that she doesn't know about. Nicki Minaj should just sit the fuck down. And by the way, isn't she married to an alleged pedophile? And she has the nerve to say something disparaging about and something homophobic. I'm pretty sure that maybe that's part of the reason that she is cozying up to the Trump administration for some sort of leniency for her family members. And it's just very transparent. So Nicki Minaj, F off, stop being a homophobic bigot, and get a life and some brains.
I don't know. Do I even talk about girls that way? I don't think I ever have. Kind of sick, really. I guess he's got every right to do it. But he is so emotional, this guy. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Arrest him! Make my day!
Day 1, month 3, month 6, forever. These 4 milestones represent my journey from balding to full head of hair. A transformation so dramatic that friends started asking if I was wearing a hairpiece. Here's exactly what happens when you follow nature's time.
I heard that. I heard him. He crazy. He wild. He's a wild boy. I tell you. Let's get into this.
You know, cause baby girl, I bet your back get cold.
Yeah. So don't know.
Hey everyone, I'm Laura Ingraham. This is the Ingram Angle from Washington tonight. Euro elites hate Trump, part 498. That's the focus of tonight. Well, it's that time of year again. The annual globalist confab of world leaders, billionaires, energy and tech titans, a few media types, all at the World Economic Forum, where the rich and powerful gather to remind each other of how rich and powerful they are. All the while, of course, pretending to care about saving the planet, or at least Greenland.
On Arctic sovereignty, we stand firmly with Greenland and Denmark and fully support their unique right to determine Greenland's future.
I love the applause. Oh, come on. What they really care about most, at least right now, is trying to resist Donald Trump. So all the Euro pipsqueaks came out today to get their digs in, puffing up their chests as the EU itself is at a crossroads.
People want to join the European Union. Yes. Nobody wants to join China. Nobody, no neighbor of the United States says, well, we want to join the United States. Nobody wants to. They want to join the European Union just because we have respect. We have the rule of law. We do speak softly.
That's funny. The European rule of law, is that what he said? Which is increasingly punishing people for their speech, for what they post online. Even the notoriously Never Trump publication, The Atlantic, has tagged Europe for its undeniable and repeated attacks on free speech. And rightly, President Trump and VP Vance have called them out for both this and their NATO free riding. The Davos crowd, well, most of them anyway, hate Trump because he's not one of them. He's not a citizen of the world. He's America first, and he's a populist, a pragmatist. European leaders, though, come on, they love a weak America. They love it when our country was just writing blank checks and demanding nothing in return. They love our country when our leaders go over there and prostrate themselves at the altar of globalism, even apologize for America's arrogance in past years. But that's not how Team Trump rolls.
America first is the job of our government, to take care of our workers, to make sure their lives are better for it. And then, don't be America alone, right? But be America first. And I would suggest that policy is something for other countries to deeply consider, to take care of their own, and then we will work out wonderful relationships between us. But I want to point out, when America shines, the world shines. Close your eyes and think of a world without America in it.
That was an excellent presentation, but one problem. On the issue of Greenland, our allies, well, they don't seem to be backing down. At least they want their moment of being so upset. Greenland's sovereignty is non-negotiable, said Ursula von der Leyen, president of the European Commission, said that today. And after Trump threatened to blow up his tariff deal with Europe, which sent stocks reeling today, the president said he had a very good call with the NATO chief Mark Rutte. Secretary Besson, for his part, told everyone, sit back, take a breath.
I would say exactly what I said after Liberation Day last April, when the president imposed tariff levels on the whole world. I tell everyone, sit back, take a deep breath, do not retaliate. The president will be here tomorrow, and he will get his message across. I believe he is going to have meetings, and again, also have an open mind.
You know, Trump's going to wow Davos. That's my prediction. I mean, he's going to go there, and everyone's going to want to talk to him. So all of this is a bunch of posturing. But if Europe really thinks that it can save itself by joining with that nincompoop Carney of Canada, I have to ask, are they really our allies in the first place? And if they're such great allies, why couldn't they save Ukraine without us? Or at least trying to. Now, Donald Trump obviously believes it's a strategic necessity for the United States to take Greenland. And if Europe's response to that, after everything we've done to protect Europe for 70, 80 years, that they prefer to stake their entire future on working with a communist dictatorship over working with the United States because of Greenland, then they truly are suicidal, and we really can't help them. And we should just try to cut deals with the few sane countries that are left in Europe at this point. Of course, a man pretending to be president of the EU was over there today strutting his stuff, and his complaint is that Europe is not doing enough to fight Trump.
I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. I mean, at least from an American perspective, it's embarrassing. So this is diplomacy with Donald Trump. He's a T-Rex. You mate with him or he devours you.
You mate with him or he devours you. It's actually a pretty good line. But it's embarrassing. I mean, he's not trying to play president. He's trying to play president of the EU, okay? United States, never going to happen. But of course, that's music to the ears of George Soros's pride and joy. Son Alex tweeted, "Great catching up with the real star of the 2026 World Economic Forum, my friend Gavin Newsom. So glad he's here calling out world leaders for believing appeasement works when it comes to Trump. It doesn't." All I can say is the two of them will appease China on every issue, never call out China, but they'll call out Trump. And if that duo is against Trump, oh my goodness, you know Trump is doing the right thing. So in the end, I bet Europe comes to its senses. America will come to some Greenland settlement. NATO at the end may even be stronger for it. China and Russia will be sweating as they see America being a bit more muscular on the world stage. And they'll be wishing, of course, that Kamala were on the other side of the table this week. Thank goodness she's not. And that's the angle.
Davos is officially underway. The escorts have landed, bugs are being served, and Ursula's putting on eyeliner. Just a week ago, party in the Swiss Alps for the folks who run the world. Everybody thought they did, or used to. Trudeau showed up with his new boo, Katy Perry, and somewhere there will be fireworks. But there won't be any fireworks there because someone invited Al Gore.
We are now trapping as much heat with this pollution every day as would be released by 750,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every 24 hours.
Something tells me Gore didn't bike to Davos. I bet Al's already started drinking because Daddy's about to land and Daddy has needs.
I'm going to a beautiful place in Switzerland where we'll be, I'm sure I'm very happily awaited for.
Tonight, POTUS touches down in Switzerland, and to put it mildly, the Europeans have not been on their best behavior. Trump's already sent Norway an angry letter. Quote, considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace, although it will always be predominant, but can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America. What's good and proper for the United States of America is adopting the world's biggest island, Greenland.
We have to have it. They have to have this done. They can't protect it. Denmark, they're wonderful people. And I know the leaders are very good people, but they don't even go there. And, you know, because the boat went there 500 years ago and then left, that doesn't give you title to property.
TDS is spreading overseas faster than COVID-19. The Danish parliament sounds like a Minneapolis Democrat.
Let me
clothing brand.
Let me put this in words you might understand. Mr. President, off.
Finland hates to watch mom and dad fight, so they told us to chill out. Only known for their vodka and saunas, and since Trump doesn't drink, the Finns offered up a sauna sesh.
Sometimes it's good to slow down, go to the sauna, take an ice bath, and then find a solution,
If you could convince President Trump to go to the sauna, I think we'll have achieved something.
From golf diplomacy to sauna diplomacy. Why not?
Isn't it hilarious listening to Europeans lecture us about a land grab? When Europe colonized the entire world, now they change the rules after they lost their power and empire? What Europe doesn't understand is that Greenland is an island in North America. You hear that? North America. And we have dominion over the entire Western Hemisphere. Europeans can't just have colonies right off the coast of Maine. We let the British have Bermuda because it's cute. But if we needed Bermuda, we'd take it. And the British would let it happen. Why is Denmark being so selfish? We bought the Virgin Islands from Denmark 100 years ago. We didn't want Germany to get a foothold in our hemisphere. At first, Denmark said no. And then we said, all right, well, we're going to just take it anyway, so you might as well just sell it. And they did. Why are the Europeans siding with Denmark over the United States? They made a very big mistake when they sent 34 soldiers to defend Greenland from us. 34. Trump was not happy.
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll find out.
We've had our eye on Greenland for the last 200 years. After Andrew Johnson bought Alaska, he was drooling over the island. Truman tried to buy Greenland for $100 million. He made the offer in gold. Do you have any idea how much gold would be worth today? And let's not forget who protected Greenland when Denmark couldn't during World War II when they were conquered by Germany. We did. And we gave it back after the war. We made the Europeans give back all their colonies, but we let the Danes keep Greenland. We're too nice. What the Europeans don't understand is we're negotiating for its return, whether they like it or not.
Can I bring you back to Greenland?
No. It's unnecessary. It's the Western Hemisphere is vital for the United States of America. Our national security people are on it, and they care about it, and I'm going to leave it to them.
America will always secure its interests militarily and economically. We've purchased land from France and Russia. We've seized it from Spain and the Brits. When the world changes, we change. Globalism's dead. COVID killed it. We need shipping lanes, supply chains, and minerals to win the AI race, and the Golden Dome to protect us from enemy missiles. And we're not going to wait for the Chinese to poach the biggest island in the world right on our doorstep.
I think the president is worried that if there were an incursion into Greenland, the U.S. would be called upon to defend Greenland. Greenland's becoming more and more attractive for foreign conquest, and he very strongly believes that it must be part of the United States to prevent a conflict rather than getting the U.S. engaged in ex post into a hot conflict.
America is not going to invade Greenland. There's only 57,000 people there. It's not even necessary. It's just a bunch of native villagers on the coastline. Greenland's a sitting duck, and the Europeans aren't doing anything about it because they can't. Denmark doesn't have the money to develop it or defend it, and they won't even build roads to connect the towns. Denmark, in fact, is in violation of their NATO treaty obligations. All members must be able to defend their territory. And a few dog sleds won't cut it. And Denmark lied to us. They told Trump in 2019 they'd spend $200 million beefing up their defenses on the island, but they only spent $2 million. They just bought some binoculars. An enormous undefended island in North America, rich with military minerals, is a gaping hole in NATO. So why aren't the Europeans playing ball? Help us, help you. Denmark falls under the American security umbrella. Why wouldn't they want to make that umbrella bigger and stronger, like a golf umbrella? Canada, of all places, has gotten a free ride for decades. Guess whose side they're on?
On Arctic sovereignty, we stand firmly with Greenland and Denmark and fully support their unique right to determine Greenland's future. The middle powers must act together because if we're not at the table, we're on the menu.
Sounds like Canada's siding with China and Russia and Denmark against the United States. Looks like Greenland from the North Pole.
That's nasty work. We support y'all all these years, and then when it comes down to the wire, y'all support the enemy. Typical Democrat.
Pretty close to Russia. Russia is right in our backyard. Greenland stands right in between. If Russia fires missiles from air, sea, or land, we need Greenland to knock those missiles down early. What do you think happens if America gets peppered with missiles? The Europeans have to say bye-bye to daddy. That means they'll be speaking Russian and probably Chinese. We can't rely on a small European kingdom to protect the great United States of America. Could you imagine if the Chinese put military bases in Greenland? Do you think the Cuban Missile Crisis got a little hairy? Just wait. It would be completely unacceptable. Gavin Newsom, who already got wined and dined by the Chinese, is in Davos to get wined and dined by the Europeans. But Gavin managed to do the impossible, put America last and humiliate his host.
I can't take this complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. I mean, handing out crowns and I mean, this is pathetic. This guy's playing folks for fools, and it's embarrassing.
Europeans think this is diplomacy, and this will ultimately work.
Diplomacy with Donald Trump? He's a T-Rex. You mate with him or he devours you.
Did Gavin just say the Europeans are on their knees? Gavin's some diplomat. He doesn't want to defend America and calls Macron a ladyboy. And while he's accusing others of being on their knee pads, here he is in Davos with his sugar daddy money donor, Soros the Younger. Newsom thinks Trump's the threat to America. Well, the Chinese, Russians, whatever. Macron just invited the Chinese to devour their whole economy.
China is welcome, but what we need is more Chinese foreign direct investment in Europe.
Why is Macron wearing shades? He says he has an eye infection. His wife didn't hit him this time. China's raining EVs on the Europeans, and Russia's knocking on their door in Ukraine. Macron should be running into our arms. France only has one aircraft carrier, and it's barely operational. Trump invited France to join his Gaza peace board, and Macron said no. And then texted 47 saying this, "My friend, I do not understand what you are doing in Greenland. Let us try to build great things. I can set up a G7 meeting after Davos in Paris on Thursday afternoon. Let us have a dinner together in Paris, together on Thursday before you go back to the U.S."
I wouldn't go nowhere with you fools. And I do
having money in the market.
Nowhere.
It's out protectionist.
You understand me? They think they slick. You gonna tell me I come have a dinner with me over there in Paris, France, Paris, and the sneak attack? No, you clown. Goofies. Enough of them. Goofies, always doing goofy stuff.
Bordeaux and
President Macron saying he will not join the Board of Peace.
Oh, did he say that? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, that's all right. What I'll do is if they feel like Costo, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes, and he'll join. But he doesn't have to join.
How did Macron respond to a run-of-the-mill tariff threat? He claims he's being bullied.
We do prefer respect to bullies. We do prefer science to plotism. And we do prefer rule of law to brutality. You're welcome in Europe, and you are more than welcome to France.
You know who bullied Europe? Napoleon. He brutalized the continent. Then the French conquered Algeria and Syria and Vietnam and built statues for those conquerors. The French and British tried to seize the Suez Canal. Eisenhower had to come in and say, guys, your game's up. We're in charge now. Now back off. We've bailed the Europeans out of 2 world wars, rebuilt them with the Marshall Plan, and what did Europe do? Stopped having babies and let themselves be invaded by migrants. Now, we love the Europeans. America sprung from the bedrock of Western civilization. Europe. Those are our countrymen. But they're living in the past if they think they can dictate American foreign policy.
So you do not believe that the EU or the UK have any retaliatory financial instruments or measures in their bag that the United States should be worried about?
No.
It's gotten so bad that even liberal Wall Street executives are going to Davos. Guys, get real.
The world now places far less trust.
Get real. World Economic Forums. Right. Resignation. Right. Let's skip that. More fraud exposed. It's live. Stephen A. Smith needs to stop apologizing. Let's see what they're talking about. Let's see what they got.
Talking about Donald Lemon, formerly of CNN, and talking about Representative Jasmine Crockett, who for some reason, once again, went on social media to denigrate me. There's no other way to put it. So let me get started with a couple of things first. Joy Reid decides to put out some videos of me talking about keeping receipts because she wanted to put forth a compilation of me talking about black people and comparing that to me talking to white people like Megyn Kelly and Ben Shapiro and people like that. I'm not getting into that. That's nonsense. You can clip and edit any way you want to and contextualize things in your own way. I'm not falling for that. But what I would like to do is address the incentive and the motivation that appears behind the attacks that they have aimed in my direction. First order of business is Joy Reid. Joy Reid was on a podcast. I believe it's my former colleague Kerry Champion's podcast entitled Naked. And listen or look at what Joy Reid had to say about me, and I'll read it to you. You got $100 million for a show with half my ratings at my worst. They're paying you, meaning ESPN, because you are willing to say the nasty things about black people that they want to say. You're willing to take their denigration of black women and put it in the mouth of a Negro, end quote. Before I address what Joy Reid, what I just read to you, came out of her mouth on that podcast, ladies and gentlemen, this woman is of the mindset that somehow, some way she's been insulted by me because when she got fired by MSNBC, I had the temerity, the unmitigated gall to say this. I've invited Joy Reid on this show, and I'm looking forward to her accepting my invitation so we can talk. Let me tell you how I feel about Joy Reid first. I respect the hell out of this woman. She is highly intelligent, very, very knowledgeable, very passionate. She has a lot to say. She is more than a conscientious observer, and she is fearless in calling out what she believes to be inequities, unfairness, and the like anywhere, but especially as it pertains to the black community, and obviously as it pertains to leftists, to folk on the left. But when we want to bring up race as the cause for her being gone, I don't think we're serving ourselves well. Michael Steele is going to be there as well as a replacement, along with Alicia. And you got to remember Menendez is right there as well. It's hard to make the race argument when her replacements are reported to be three individuals that already have a weekend show on the network and they're going to be inserted in the network.
All right, let me tell you what I think is happening to Stephen A. Smith. All right. I'm going to tell you the honest to God truth, right? First of all, I think that Stephen A. Smith likes to straddle the fence. And I'm going to tell you why that's important. Is because, and I've been saying this for a long time, sports is not like politics. Sports is not like politics. Sports, you can pick and choose. You can go on this side and then you can switch back over. You can straddle the fence. You can say, I don't like LeBron today, but then I like LeBron tomorrow, or I like LeBron how he played last night, whatever. He's trying to take the exact same playbook that he's using in sports, and he's trying to use it in popular culture and politics. And what he doesn't understand is that you can do that when it comes to having an opinion on whether or not a person is dribbling the basketball the way you want him to. And the person that's dribbling the basketball can get mad at you and nobody gives a fuck. You know why? Because sports fans just want to continue to have sports conversations, sports talk. They want to watch sports and they want to be able to root against and have a conversation about who's the best and who's not, and all of the little different idiosyncrasies that's attached to it. When you start talking about politics and popular culture, you have to pick a side and you basically got to stay on there. You can't be a habitual fence sitter like somebody said in the chat. You can't say, well, I am conservative with my money, or I have conservative principles, and I don't understand why Kamala Harris did this, and then say, but I voted for Kamala Harris, or I'm going to criticize Jasmine Crockett, but I think that she's a beautiful, black, intelligent woman, because nobody gives a fuck after you said that I don't like what Jasmine Crockett said. Nobody cares. The only thing that they heard is X, Y, and Z. So what Stephen A. Smith tried to do was that he tried to make an apology, appease black people that were hardcore Democrats and supporters of Jasmine Crockett, which also include Sassy Lemon and Joy Reid, who I think is doing an incredible job of showcasing why MSNBC fired her in the first place. You can throw in Tiffany Cross and all of the other rejects that got something to go on with that. But all of these people are absolute garbage, in my opinion. And so instead of him picking a side and saying, this is how I'm ratting, he decides to try to play both sides and is backfiring terribly. Horrifically, it is backfiring because he tried to make peace with them and say, hey, listen, I apologize to Jasmine Crockett. I didn't mean it this way, so on and so forth. And you know what they said? Oh, we got blood in the water because we still don't like you. When people don't like you, shout out to Brianna Bird. I'm going to read these Cash Apps and shit shortly. When people don't like you, you're not going to get in their good graces by trying to apologize to them. Y'all going to realize that you basically have to draw a line in the sand and say, fuck you. I said what I said. It's not about being popular. It's not about being cool. It's not about friends. I told Corey and I told everybody else, I said, listen, I don't really want no friends in this shit because I'm going to say what I want to say when I want to say it, and I don't want you to take it personal. And he didn't draw a line in the sand, and so he tried to play both sides, and they don't fuck with him. You know why? Because they don't fuck with him. Part of it is jealousy because they feel like, why is this? See, and this is how hypocritical the culture is. They don't look at Stephen A. Smith and say, black man, even though they lean on this diversity, equity, inclusion bullshit, and we need to be able to run it up, they don't look at him and say, how many people do we employ? How many people do he support? How did he support Shannon Sharp and helping to get him over to ESPN and help him get a bag? How many people do we rock with? How many people do we hire? Who's on his staff? How can he add value? They look at him and say, why that nigga got $100 million? Why him? Why him? Why did he get it? Why did he get it? Regardless of whether you like Stephen A. Smith personally, remove your bias about how you feel about Stephen A. Smith. And let's have a conversation about why people turn against Stephen A. Smith is because once they develop a narrative and a posse and a crew, life is nothing more than high school. Everything you see happen in a day is high school-ish. I'm picking a side. I'm picking a crew against you. You're never going to convince people that don't fucking like you in high school to start liking you. So what you have to do is draw a line in the sand and say, fuck them niggas. I don't want to hang out with them anyway. What you see happening on Facebook, what you see happening on social media, what you see happening when it comes to the debates and who going on who platform, you ain't winning nobody over when you going over there. You got to go over there and execute on the plan, execute Order 66, and you get the fuck up out of there, and you win. And you win. When you go into enemy territory, what Stephen A. Smith don't realize is that he the opposite of them. And instead of cutting niggas off and spending the majority of his energy on the shit that he actually rock with, and for people that actually fuck with him, he trying to please both sides. He playing both roles. When I go on, right, because there's some people, for example, that I looked at review videos for. Now, there are some platforms that I love and I support, and I don't say anything, but there are some platforms that I love and I support. And I'm not going to name them because I don't even want to bring, I don't want to give no extra visibility and all of that shit, but I went and I seen, it was at least 3 that I seen, right? And they had some of the wildest shit to say, which is cool because this is content. And I appreciate them for even reviewing me and what happened or whatever like that, because it brings me more visibility. So I'm not biased against the review, but I learned about the people and the person. So in my mind, I then say, okay, we're going to move them from this category to this category. Because now, in my mind, and this is the way that I work, I don't fuck with them niggas no more. I don't fuck with them. Now, they don't need my cosign. That ain't what I'm saying. I ain't bigger than the program. This shit is all, it is what it is. But when I see certain things, I check the box. I tick the box. Oh, So now it's like, and some people you give a lot more grace to because it's like, wait a minute, we fucked with each other or this and that, so on and so forth. And so you wait 2 or 3 more times, 4, 5, 6 more times, and you just quiet. You sit in the background and you chill and you keep doing what you're doing. And then you say, okay, I get it now. Stephen A. Smith's mistake is that he keep thinking that these niggas fuck with him, and they don't. They don't. They hate Stephen A. Smith to his core. And he keeps trying to explain himself. Hey guys, but wait a minute. This is all I said. Let me show you. I actually gave you props. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. No. What Stephen A. Smith needs to take the approach of is it's up. It's up. It's up forever. It's up forever. And what people are going to have to understand in this culture, whether you're a content creator or whether you're just operating in life, is that you have to pick a side. You have to pick a side. And the people that don't understand that there are sides being drawn, whether you like it or not, are going to be the people that get ran over in the middle. When you over on the right or you over on the left, you moving with traffic. It's going like this. You know who get hurt? You know who get ran over? The people that's in the middle. The people that's in the middle. There is no friends in this shit. It's alliances and enemies. It's alliances and enemies. There are no friends in this shit. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. There are no friends. Either we got an alliance because we have a core thing that we both believe in, or we moving that other way. I'm just very direct. I understand what it is that I'm supposed to do. And so I'm unapologetic about what I say. And so anytime I got to go into any enemy territory, I never let my guard down. I'm on alert 100% of the time. I'm on alert 100% of the time. Guess what you never caught me doing? Guess what you've never caught me doing? Slipping. You never caught me slipping, ever. Hey, man, why you got security over there? Because you're not going to catch me slipping. Because I'm going to move like the president. I know where I'm going. I'm not dumb. I know where I'm at. I'm not a fool. You want to catch me on my toes. You want to catch me on my heels. But I'm leaning into this shit. I'm leaning into this shit. And I'm going to lean more and more until your chair break. I'm going to lean more and more until your chair break. I tell people not to read the 48 Laws of Power because I think it's a very, very dangerous book. And I think that if you don't understand it and understand how to apply it, it could very much be a very bad thing. But in order for you to operate in the business world and in the content creation world, a lot of times, I think that you have to absolutely, absolutely understand it. And if you're going to go that way, if you're going to lean into it, once you go into it, you have to completely destroy your opponent. You have to render them useless. You cannot leave any question whatsoever as to whether or not they have the ability to come back and do anything. You have to destroy completely. There are no friends. You can't let your emotions become a part of it. There is no coming back from it. We are not going to ever be friends. And so you have to lean 100% into it. I talked to my dog, Jason, today. I talked to Jason Wilson. Jason is one of the nicest guys that I've ever seen in my entire life. Shout out to Jason Wilson. Jason Wilson asked me this morning, he said, Anton, is it any fix in this? He said, is it any fix in this? No, I'm going to tell you exactly what he said. He said, is it any chance you two can resolve this conflict? I said, probably not. You know what he said? He said, I understand. That's what he said. He said, I understand. Stephen A. Smith is hanging out in enemy territory with motherfuckers that is looking to clown him and make an example of him. Y'all don't understand. There's nothing that he's going to say that is ever going to make him a friend to these people that are ops to him. And the reason that they pick on him is because he's an easy target and they know he's not going to really defend himself. That is why Stephen A. Smith is the ops of all of these people, because they've all come together and said, we don't like that motherfucker and we going to lean on him. We're going to lean on him. And look what he's doing.
And I'm just reading from the reports here. Okay? I have not spoken to Joy Reid. I don't know. I've had the pleasure of meeting her on a couple of occasions. I certainly respect her. And I'm not here to castigate her in any way. But we do have to talk about the business in a very, very honest and fair fashion. Joy Reid was incredibly outspoken against the Trump administration, as has always been the case. Since election, her ratings have dropped by 47%. 47%. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't keep your job when stuff like that happens. You just don't. The business doesn't allow for that to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, that right there is the only time I've ever spoken about Joy Reid. That right before my interview with Lindsay Davis for ABC News Live the other day. That right there is apparently what she found to be disrespectful. That right there is what she appears to deduce as being denigrating and insulting to Black women. What do you want me to say? Joy Reid, beyond a conscientious observer, somebody who unapologetically fights on behalf of us as a community every chance she gets. Whether we agree or disagree with tactics from time to time, verbiage from time to time, etc., there is no doubt where her loyalty and her conscience lies.
Dummy.
All I was pointing out was, you've gone after Trump, albeit legitimately in your mind and that of many, many others who watched your show.
Dummy.
Did you take into account the fact that he might win and what that might ultimately do?
He don't get it.
Because you know how he is and you know he's coming. And sure enough, a couple of months later, it ended up happening. So when it ended up happening, I was making the point because, ladies and gentlemen, I'm in the business. Not only that, I've had a show that was canceled in 2007.
Still trying to be friends with these.
So I was simply making the point that in our business, particularly when you're Black, regardless of the reasons behind why a precipitous fall off may occur, you kind of know what's going to happen. That's it. And because of that, she went on the air weeks ago and said what she said about me. And when I elaborated on what she said and gave my response to Lindsay Davis, all of a sudden she's out with some videos or whatever showing receipts, whatever. Say what you want. It doesn't matter because I understand from a contextual standpoint, I did nothing wrong to you. And the venom and the viciousness that you choose to show, cool, no problem, I can take it. It's all right, keep it coming. Do what you gotta do. If that's how you feel. My name is spelled with a PH, not a V. And even though you'll get your clicks and you'll get your notoriety and people in the audience will gravitate to you, well, guess what? They're gonna gravitate to me too. And oh, by the way, you said that the ratings was more than mine. Again, context matters. You do understand I'm on at 10 in the morning. And they just finished reading the article about First Take having record ratings in the year 2025.
Talk to him.
Same year your show was canceled. You have more ratings, but prime time, which is when you on, comes with a different set of responsibilities.
Facts. That's a fact.
I did not wish for your show to get canceled. I have news for you, Joy Reid. I still wish you were on the air.
I don't.
Because regardless of what bad cynics and critics and others want to say you did, I also know that you did a lot of good. Which is what I said when I talked about you, back then. I talked about the business, but I also talked about the quality of work that you brought to the airwaves.
He needs to stand on that shit, bro.
I did that. That's what I did. But that seems to be ignored. Denigrating, disrespecting black women. I'll get into that in a second. But obviously, we don't want to stop with you because Don Lemon, who was at CNN for 17 years, he had something to say about me as well. Listen to this.
Stephen A. Smith has just been a disappointment. I try not to criticize, especially black men or just black people in general. But Stephen A. Smith goes off and he talks about shit that he has no idea about. He has talked shit about me with no facts. He has no facts. He just gets on these like white boy, right-wing podcasts or on his own show and just goes off about black people. And
white boy. He's married to a white man.
Well, let's get closer. Because this guy, he had the nerve to show his face again. I'm talking about Don Lemonhead. He's still running his mouth about other people's business still? Okay, Don Lemonhead. That's not how you do journalism, man. All right? That's not how you do journalism, buddy. It's really not. Let's get back into this.
He's married to a white man.
Him.
Things that for which he has no clue. He thinks because he's doing it like this that people are going to listen to him. What's wrong with you? I'm like, what am I watching? It's just shocking to me, this sort of cozying up to white people. And it's got to be for the money. But if I became a black conservative, I would be rich like a gazillionaire. Or if I just went on and started like bashing black people just to bash them. And it seems that's become his stock in trade, to make excuses for white people and to cozy up to people like Megyn Kelly. He's one of those black people who white people think black people like, but we don't. And Stephen A. Smith does not represent us. Black people don't want to hear from him, network. We don't like
pot calling the kettle black.
It's so funny to me how a gay man, a gay black man is a voice, is one of the leading voices for black people.
That's not for me. That's crazy.
Isn't that amazing?
That's amazing.
Y'all don't find that to be funny?
That's crazy.
If you want to talk about a real person that has been put in front of y'all in order to try to push an agenda and keep y'all on a specific plantation, do y'all not find that to be weird that a person that is the biggest champion of the alphabet community, who is also married to a white man? Because I was always taught, and now I guess that everything changed. It doesn't matter what you say. I mean, it doesn't matter what you do. It only matters what you say. It doesn't matter what your life is like. It doesn't matter what the fruit that you bear. It doesn't matter what you do in your community. It doesn't matter what, whether you have black children, whether you're married to a black woman, and none of that matters. You can be married to a white man who you champion and your party champions as the enemy of the United States of America, also be openly alphabet community and be the voice of a people. Y'all don't find this weird and suspicious? You don't find that weird and suspicious? Why is the biggest platform for individual content creators for Democratic black people an alphabet community fake black man? Now, they'll criticize you for being conservative. They'll criticize you for being a champion for conservative values, Christian values. Remember, they laugh at me because I said, listen, the number one thing that I champion is Jesus Christ. Saved, sanctified, filled with the Holy Ghost, speaking in other tongues as the Spirit of God give utterance. And the thing that I study the most is the Word of God. Now they think that that's funny. That motherfucker. Hey, they'll sit there and giggle like schoolgirls. And I stood up. I stood in it. I stood in it. See, that's the part. See, when I tell y'all that y'all gonna come and catch the jewels later, when I said that y'all was gonna catch the jewels later, I meant it. If you go back and watched it, they said, you ain't black first. I said, I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus first, above it all. Above it all, this is what I believe. First, above it all, my spirituality comes first. That pissed the devil off. That pissed these demons off to passivity. Because I was supposed to rock out with people that didn't have my best interest at heart, and we were supposed to align. But oh man, and you said it directly to people's face. You didn't flinch. You didn't whimper. You literally said it, and I said it directly to their face. I said, I read the whole Bible back and forth 8 times. Oh my, we just gonna skip over that part. That bothered them, but we can take people that don't have a belief system, don't actually champion values at all, but the value that they live in, which is a reflection of their life, is the man that they married to, a white man, and they have nerve to be the voice of black people, and y'all support these people. Y'all support them. Amazing. 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 Somebody said, Cap. What was Cap about it? Ain't nothing Cap about it. Then why even mention black culture? Because it's a piece of shit. And it needs to be torn down and revamped. And I said that too. I've been saying that for years too. Listen, I ain't never changed. I'm the exact same thing that I was. What you see right here on the internet, on a live, because it's convenient for us to be able to do so, is the exact same person that you see in person. Listen, I don't change.
Me neither. And when I was talking about culture on Thanksgiving with my little brothers, they tossed me out the house on my ear. So I don't know, man. They take culture serious, big dog. You know? I think it's a figment of your imagination. That's what I think. I think I like to wear what like makes me look good. You know? And they're gonna say, well, that's part of your culture, yeah? All right. Say less, man. Say less. Anton. The Millionaire Morning Show with Anton Daniels, I believe. Okay, let's go. My eyes ain't good as they used to be.
Baby mamas, the music has destroyed us. Drugs, no assets, but making sure that we go and get a chain before we ever do anything. You're not gonna sit here and tell me what I know to be different. I'm too old for this shit. I didn't seen too much. I didn't seen too much. I've seen too much. Now, you know what the biggest part of black culture is? Homosexuality, alternative lifestyles. And because I'm not a champion of it, or I say, you know what, I don't fuck with that shit, y'all upset about it. Well, I don't care. Fuck you too. I do not care. I don't care who's against me, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Not a smidget. Not an ounce. Does not make no difference to me. Not even a little bit. I don't care. I have my own army. I have my own subscribers. I have my own bag chasers. It is almost 21,000 of us in the Patreon. I don't give a fuck about what you think at all.
Just want to make sure I understand this clearly.
Most AI plugins do all the work for you. This one works with you. Meet Co-Producer, a plugin that finds samples that fit your music fast. Throw Co-Producer on your master and let it listen to your track. It'll analyze harmony, rhythm, and lock to your project's key and tempo. Then it'll give you thousands of human musician-made samples that fit the vibe of your track. Cuts out the scrolling so you can actually spend your time making music. No credits, no limits, just a workflow that keeps you in your zone. This is an AI tool for producers who want to enhance their creativity, not replace it. Go try Co-Producer for free today. All right, so let's pop on over to our DAW. I have a chord progression and a bass line. Pop in GoPro over here in our main. And then now I can use this to scan the library of output. Sounds cool. This nice. Yeah, I'm really feeling this one. So I'm gonna drag and drop this over onto my project. Digging this. These are all human musician-made loops and samples. This needs a little bit of added percussion. I want to see if there are variations. I'm going to do that by pressing on Reimagine. Let's try to go for this one. Now let's try adding one last loop. I'm thinking maybe like a vocal sample. Ooh, this is pretty cool. Let's try this one. And I'm going to chop this up. I'm liking how this is sounding. Do a little bit of distortion. Crystal pop. I think that's awesome.
Staying late again?
Yep, got prospect calls to summarize.
You really need to switch to Monday CRM. Your old CRM is holding you back.
My CRM is not old, it's vintage. You want to see my sales? Just a minute, it's loading.
Well, Monday CRM's AI features automatically summarize my calls, suggest next steps, updates the customer journey, and everything happens instantly.
In just a few seconds, you'll see my reports, and oh boy, are you gonna feel stupid, because my CRM can create a report with up to 50,000 leads, so.
How many do you actually have?
3.
Check this out. I just got a hot lead from the AI-generated emails I sent, and the AI sentiment analysis marked it positive. Now, I just click Send Contract, and another deal won.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, that's not good.
No.
Don't you work on commission?
Yep.
Why don't you switch to Monday CRM?
Because switching CRMs is a real pain in the... Did you just onboard me to Monday CRM while I was talking?
Yep, Monday CRM's AI creates tailor-made workflows just for you in the blink of an eye. There's really no reason to stay with the old CRM.
Thank you so much.
It's okay, buddy. You're welcome.
You're a CRM god.
No, you know what? Okay, just stop crying.
I just want to do a good job.
You're doing a great job.
Can I stay here for a second?
As long as you need, bud. Long as you need.
Anton, you know what I mean? Give it up.
Don Lemon speaks for black people. Don Lemon speaks for black people.
Don Lemon don't speak for nobody.
Period. Really?
No.
I won't go there. I won't even go there. I'm just not going to do it.
No, do it. Do it, do it, do it.
I want y'all to understand as an audience. Let me say this about Don Lemon. My sister Carmen loves this man. Loves herself some Don Lemon.
I don't know why.
So much so to the point that not only did she watch him every night, she'd call us half the time to make sure we were watching him most of the night.
That don't make no sense. None. Why would you?
For somebody that don't know much, and who is he, and he doesn't represent us, and blah, blah, blah. You could, if you did your research, notice that I was a guest on Don Lemon's show on several occasions in the past. I never asked to come on. He asked me to come on.
And that's some weirdo shit.
And I tried to go whenever asked because me, like I'm sure many others felt, you see a black host on television, you want to help. Don Lemon said that I talked shit about him. Ladies and gentlemen, evidently, this right here is Don Lemon's definition of shit. Listen up.
Don
See, I did some
knows the
research.
shit is, believe me.
Okay. And here is the reality.
I can't take it anymore, bro. I just can't,
Yeah,
man. This
Don
is sad to
Lemon
watch.
knows what shit is.
This is very sad to watch.
And Stephen A. Smith.
This is a very sad watch. I can't do it, bro. I'm not about to do
for
this.
Don Lemon like him. Man,
This is embarrassing.
Don Lemon.
This is embarrassing.
This bitch ass.
If my sister, which I don't have any, if my sister was watching this nigga, Batman couldn't get that information out of me.
For real.
Batman couldn't get that information out of me. If my blood and bone sister watched Don Lemon, Batman couldn't get me to publicly admit that.
I wouldn't tell nobody about that. Nobody. My sister watched Don Lemon. Head. Don Lemon head. Never forget the head. Because he's a buffoon. He's going to run up in the church. What the fuck you think you're doing, boy? You stupid. XRP will upgrade the financial system. Let's see what he's talking about. I'm the best that ever done it. I'm the best that ever done it. Ever done it. Yeah. 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 What we doing, what we doing, what we doing, what we do. We'll get it in where you got me. We can put it on your shoe. When you doing what you do, when you do. It says Don Lemon head watched black and white America erupt in rape.
But had that been a mosque, they wouldn't have ran up in there. I just seen the craziest video of people protesting ICE, and they ran in a church service while people were worshiping, protesting ICE because one of the pastors at the church, or one of the clergy members, work for ICE. I don't care what religion it is, whether it's Muslim, whether it's Buddhist, whether it's Jewish, if people are actively worshiping, something need to be sacred. Just because you don't believe in God doesn't mean that you get to trample on people's belief and trample on their sacred worship service. You don't have to be the most religious person in the world to know that, number one, it's illegal. Number two, it's off limits. I get that y'all protesting ICE, but just because that person work at ICE don't mean that he's down with the fugazi stuff that's happening outside. Y'all got to put our thinking caps on. And then they running up in the church.
Yeah, they running up in the church, sis. Dang.
Being able to reach 50.
Later date and time.
And Harry Belafonte, the Earth Angels, the teenagers. They
Well, truth be told,
so
we'll be
hard
right back.
before it done started. Bias beware expectations. Stony rotten apple.
Yeah, I gotta end this one. It's getting a little bit too long. I don't like editing long ass videos, so I'm gonna end this one. So see y'all on the
Never your vision, they be path, a big take, culinary stack,
Mind you, they running up in the church. They putting phones in little kids, families, teenagers' face. You're not protesting ICE. Why are you not protesting? Your For You page shows you what you should be outraged about, but there's a whole genocide going on in Nigeria with Christians, but because it's Christians, nobody cares. You see what I mean? But your For You page makes you outraged because there's a lot of stuff going on in the world that you, and I'm not saying we gotta have a struggle Olympics. What I'm saying is these people are worshiping, and that video made me sick to my stomach.
Thank you.
Literally.
Sick to my stomach.
Man, I just sat there just in complete disbelief because I couldn't wrap my head around what I was watching. Not just because of what was happening, just because how comfortable they were monetizing it, right? Pushing it like it was some bold stance or something righteous. Like really, this is what y'all decided to double down on.
Like they did
Out of
something.
everything you could stand for, this is the hill that you want to die on.
That was crazy.
And what really blows my mind is the silence. The silence is loud, especially from folks who go to church or even say they respect the church. And I'm talking black folks too, because y'all quiet on this and y'all always want to sit there and say, oh, well, we not going to fight this battle. We out of this, black folks. Black people ain't in this. But at the end of the day, aren't you the most faith-believing race, right? And I'm a black person. Most of us are Christians. That's my point. So I know we tend to stay silent on a lot of wild stuff. I get it. But this, you telling me this don't cross the line for you? Because let me tell you something. If you let people spit on sacred things and just walk away like it ain't your problem, don't be surprised when they keep pushing that line further and further. Because what makes you think they're going to stop there and not walk onto your doorstep or your church or anything? Hopefully not. I don't wish that on anybody, but you get my point. And I'm not saying sit out there and be agents of chaos in regards of standing for it. What was right is right and wrong is wrong. And if this is okay to y'all, what's next? They're going to start yanking statues of Jesus off the wall and call that progress, because that's the direction it's heading. And the crazy part is this kind of blatant disrespect only seems to fly when it's aimed at Christianity. And I don't see nobody storming into mosques doing this kind of mess. She mentioned it very well in this clip. And I agree. And ain't nobody running up in synagogues causing chaos. And let's keep it a buck. They don't.
Still ain't go off. It's like it went to commercial. See. Shit ain't stop. Still ain't stop.
Are you still blowing it with your marketing? Artists and executives, here's a harsh truth for you. You and what you're building are nothing special until you have Google-backed data that proves it. I know you think your craft is amazing, and I may have even been told you're great, if not the best. And I'm sure you're not delusional. Your sound probably is excellent, but the fact is you haven't proven that with massive traffic, engaged audiences, and top-line revenue that would show a booking agent or executive you're anything revolutionary. Without those, you're not that unique or attractive to them, or anyone important yet. And that's okay, but you must understand and accept that reality, which is the reason you've never had a favorable high-paying deal that's actually good on paper.